Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, and following this barbecue saga. BBBYQ, Bed Bath & Beyond, the story of their Chapter 11. Not Chapter 11. We don't know. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. We're going to be streaming all day. I'm going to get set up here. Got a little Yaz going for you. Felt like a long weekend. SMX is up 27% pre-market. That's when we were watching Rip yesterday close with barbecue. Had a gap up. Barbecue's also up. I think on the, let's see. Up 19%. Yeah, it's way up here. Is that real? Oh, 17, it's right here. I kind of do a little cup and handle here. We'll see if we open up here. That's kind of out of the scenario. Big spies come down a little bit here. Big drop here on SPY. What is their data? And a little volatility glitch thing. I think barbecue hit 50% pre-market, or in German market. Come back down. Looks like it's up like 20% now. Hey Trace, you are first. Well done, sir. First like also, I believe. Thank you. Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. Thanks, guys, for your support on Twitter. Okay. WKR showing 17. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it's open. Let's see. Weeble showing up 18%, 1675. We've been having, I mean, it's been having gap ups a little bit. You know, it might rip up a bunch pre-market and then come down and still have a 10 or 15% open up. This is kind of what I was. This is why I was bummed about yesterday or Friday missing this. Rip into close. I was looking for another entry, and yeah, I decided not to get more of a position, but that breakout was an easy open. Anyways, glad to finally watch BBYQ. Yeah, man. Welcome to the barbecue. Let me keep getting set up here. The link for our Discord, I'll pin that in chat. Free Discord if you guys want to join. Welcome. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about it. Zip Trader's got a top idea this morning, so might be grabbing full position in that. IEP's up 4.5 pre-market. Got an open door up 5.5. SMX is up 30 still. Yeah, the bounce back to 50 cents, back to $1 on barbecue. I said it was gonna be fast. I wasn't expecting to be an OTC at that point, but yeah, I think we're gonna get that move up there probably this week. I'd say 50 cents is probably gonna be hit, and we might even get to $1 this week. I kind of bouncing back up. Up 0.313. Delayed pre-markets at 17 cents. I don't know if mine's delayed or not on E-Trade. Going 1675. Zscaler? Not sure. They have earnings or something. Yeah, they just released earnings. You got these futures by margin. Trying to get some more barbecue on the E-Trade account. I held those futures over the weekend. I don't know why I was fighting it on Friday, this rally all day. I didn't put my stop limit, my short here that would have triggered here. Like, oh, I'm riding that out. See, it's kind of double topping here with yesterday's high on SPY. We've got CPI this week. Definitely some volatility coming. The wholesale inventories at 10. Chicago Fed President Goolsbee. Williams speaks tomorrow, and then CPI's on Wednesday. So we might slowly melt up into CPI. Double bottom played out pretty heavy with a gap and go on SPY. I'm showing 18% pre-market on barbecue. This is at 1675. We'll see. Pre-market's even thinner traded and wider spreads. And hey Dink, IMRN. This biotech, biopharmaceutical. They get a approval or something. FDA lifts hold to start trial. There you go. Let's see, I'd have to look at the German market, I guess, to see the volume, because E-Trade shows me the price, but I can't see, it's not on the chart, I can't see volume or anything. See if the German market shows it. On our Discord, it's under trading tools. The link for a lot of good stuff. One of them being the German market. Here's where you're seeing, yeah, still around 18%. Pac West did not default over the weekend. And it's up 34%. I think that's why it's up 34%. Hey, we made it. Let's see if there's news on this. Climbs after dividend cut? Bullish? The heck? Very smart leadership. We should buy it. Can't afford their dividend. They're cutting it. That's good. Crazy day. I know. I'm curious what what an actual big day on OTC looks like. And there's a lot of volume, and it's actually trading. It's not just like, you know, those illiquid stocks that just gap from wide spreads. I mean, the biggest day we've seen on OTC was kind of that first day it came on, really, right? That was a 50% day. Such a nice price action. So 15% up, but again, it's pre-market. Doesn't matter a whole lot because it's wide spreads and can really gap down, but seems like almost every day on OTC so far it's had a gap up, at least 5, maybe 10%. But it's filled all those gaps, so that's a good thing also. This one's showing a tiny gap there, but it's so small. I'd say that's within the margin of error across different platforms and brokerages. I guess that was a smaller gap up. Gap and go. There's a little gap up, and it filled the gap. SMX holding 24%. Let's see. Biggest pre-market gappers: BLCM, pharmaceutical company. EZFL, MRN, PacWest. SMX is up here. Megal's up here. Got a Chinese bouncer. No, I'm gonna probably wait, Cameron. I mean, it depends on price action, I guess. We confirmed it is both. Depends on price action. I might even sell near open and then just buy back in on a dip. But it's risky trying to day trade it. Like, could miss out on moves. Like here, I wasn't fully exposed here for this, and but I could have been. Again, I was doing my video when that happened. I couldn't focus. But anyways, I don't know. We'll see if I day trade or just add today. Depends on how big the gap is and the price action. Only this day, I guess, the 4th, did it just kind of rally all day and not, well, actually did it even end up coming back down to kind of the open. That was actually pretty interesting to see it that day, because that was only ended up being up like 8%, I think. The other days, yeah, it's been pretty much buy it open and you can do well, like first day on OTC. This day, yeah, theoretically you could, but yeah. And then this day, it was Friday actually. That wouldn't have been a good buy on open. I mean, it would have ended up being in the end, but we gotten a better price because it filled that gap. So if there's a gap, you know, we might be getting it filled. Yeah, pre-market, it's dancing around between like 15% positive and 18%. So right now it's at, let's see, 16.7. Up here. Pretty big gap so far. Barbecue, yeah. Okay. 9 o'clock spot, kind of building a little bear flag here. See where this thing opens at. It did kind of hit that resistance from yesterday's high. Up trading in a range. I think I need below 412 to get back profitable on my futures. Somewhere down here. It actually did, I think, average in up here, maybe. Remember. Barbecue, 17 cents. Trading right here. So pretty big gap up. Got 17.90 as kind of a resistance. Gap fill I'll put in here. For basically 20 cents. Crazy, just last week I could almost get 10,000 shares for $1,000. Now it's gonna be $2,000. The 20 cents. Move that one up. Do this support back here. 23 cents. I remember when we hit that, that was crazy. Had that move to 50. Yeah, I think this week we could probably might be able to get to $1. Delete my little cup and handle here. We're gonna get a gap up here. Oh, crazy. Former Google CEO Eric Schmidt is part of the group that's set to take over the Washington Commanders. Investors will likely seek shelter in gold to hedge against a catastrophic scenario. Wells Fargo economist has predicted a U.S. recession will begin next quarter and worsen at the end of the year. Barbecue's up 18%, 168. Gotta open up here some more. We've got 20 minutes. X is kind of holding up. Google's up 6% pre-market. I think they had earnings, right? That yesterday pre-market had earnings? Yeah, I think so. Coinbase is down 4.5. They had earnings also. Open for some earnings continuation on this one. I think it might be consolidating. Let's see. GME is up 0.73%. I think GME's poised to run as well. Look at that bull flag. So Friday, let's see, did that happen Friday after stream? We had all the share count or whatever, all the holders. I can't remember. Something came out, I think, Friday after stream. Just so a Mexican Bull Day. Good morning, Buzzin'. Hey, bud, hombre. Very happy with BUI right now. Yeah, we're at 17 cents, 16.65 right now. So right up here. Big gap up from our big rip into close. She doesn't stop us. I don't think she can just stop us, and I'm not under the notion that she's trying to destroy the company either, or shareholders. What's up, Mosmus? Wow, lords. Yeah, shareholders names and numbers. Is that was after hours on Friday, right? So with that filing, it looks like it's basically showing that there's at least like 300 million naked shorts. I'd say at the minimum. People were saying that filing came out and then this happened. I'm not seeing that in the time frame. The filing came out an hour before. Not to say this move couldn't have been from it. I don't think it necessarily was. This is just part of we're in an uptrend and it's aggressive, and Friday we didn't have much of anything, and it was the buying pressure that just ended up showing up in the end of the day and not during the day. Buy orders on close or whatever it was. Buys bear flag looks like it might be playing out. U3 halt. Yeah, well, at least we won't have any volatility halts. Buys kind of flushing there. IDX doing? Wow, IDX still going up 17%. Well, it's kind of consolidated the last couple days. Guess we haven't really been watching this. Is this the one we're watching? Oh, we did look at this briefly. This is a nice little bull flag, though. Nickel's up 18. I don't like that chart, though. He's just bouncing on way down. BLCM's up 172%. Probably some FDA news. 13D. Oh. That's an interesting catalyst for a pharmaceutical company. Not sure what the reason for today's movement. That was 2 days ago. Ubo 6%. Weevil doesn't show up pre-market. I'll just use this window for now. Barbecue's up 16% pre-market though, 1655. Eyes moving down here. Yeah, I mean, there could have been some delay. Yeah, no, that is true. Since it is trading OTC and it's not, it doesn't maybe have the same algos tracking news and pumping it. Since there's not high frequency trading and whatever other forms they use, it's possible. Yeah, I consider that also basically where a news event will take some time, whereas in the stock market, Nasdaq, New York Stock Exchange, typically you're going to get almost an immediate reaction from the algos just scraping the news, and then humans will kind of come through and confirm the direction or flip it as they read through it. So it's possible this, but I don't know, that form, like the list of shareholders, was the one I saw looked like that was basically the whole form was just shareholders.
The ego on you.
Not too sure though. It could have been either way. Thanks. Ace, appreciate the gifted membership. Never seen that guy before. Oh, Lords. Better make him a member. It does look nice. I'll buy happy membership. Lords, Ace might take care of that for you. Congratulations, Ryan Kern. You can come high five Papa Ace. And jump on our Discord. I'll give you the happy crew roll. Just send me a DM. Big day at the barbecue. Lords has been it's been in and out. Been a while since he's hung out though. I think the barbecue brought him back. He's had a pretty good insight into OTC. He's traded it more than most on here. Coming down a little bit. It's at 13.46. Again, low volume, wide spreads. Doesn't mean a whole lot. So, see where it opens at. My little cup and handle here, though. Not sure it'll be playing out since we're probably going to get some kind of a gap. Yeah. When you say that, I just laugh. Right, I'm into expert. Okay, 10 minutes. Coinbase CEO, more capital is required in the crypto economy. Not good. Combined revenue of the 4 largest companies, Microsoft, Apple, Google, and Amazon, has hit a record of $1.4 trillion in the last 12 months. Barbecue's up 13%. Let's see, DXF. Yeah, that bot that used the force on me and make me buy this. Ubo up 6. Buy up 0.10. About 8 minutes. SMX is up 20%. Barbecue 15. Always tomorrow. That's right, Cameron. Scroll back a year or so. I don't think you want to bring him coffee where he lives. You're taking profits out of a high yielding safe dividend stock. No, that's kind of an oxymoron. And you're gonna put it into a company back chapter 11. True degeneracy. Hot money sounds like it's back when I see comments like that. Yeah, no, I mean it's true. You usually don't get that kind of volatility with a value stock like IEP, but yeah, I guess if that was the plan when you opened it up, just for the trade, it's a good one. Yeah, I don't see many other stocks with the potential of barbecue really at this point as far as percentage gains and the amount of time. You'll have some biotechs that might have crazy gaps. One you know, 100%, 150%. But you can't predict those. That's just based on, you know, FDA and drug releases and stuff. But right now, I don't see. Well, there's maybe some bank stocks might compete with it, but those are not just in bullish trends. They're having huge volatility both ways. Okay, it's at 161 right now, up 13%. So I'd like to see a gap fill on it, really. Got about 5 minutes. Guys coming down here a little bit. $7 7 cents. Nice. Alright, up bullions. Morning, Christopher. RBRX still doing well? Nice, yeah. This thing's had a nice move. Oh, I forgot it had that huge candle. Jeez. Forgot about that one. I don't hold on to that. Surprised Tilray's still moving. Thank you guys for your pre-market likes. Appreciate it. Laura's pointed out we're at 17. Well done. Thanks, guys. Morning on. Yeah, it was good. I think at one point it was up like 50%. It's kind of giving back some of it. It's at 12% right now. 0.16. So see if we get to open below kind of this high, this double top up here. What I love about it is the natural price discovery of OTC and the actual technical analysis on it's so much easier to read. Given there's a little bit of gapping and illiquidity, which actually made me think about maybe using different candles for OTC, which I might try out today. But yeah, you can see this kind of double top here. Very nice, right at resistance, and then literally came down, did the same thing, double bottom. Yes, Friday was a little bit harder to read, just because we were kind of barcoding in a way. But I mean, we had this line here for resistance, and see, like that was literally the break of the volume, and it broke that. So there's still some to be seen there. Yeah, Henkanashi, maybe Henkanashi, or maybe even just line. I don't know. Let's see what looks good on it. If we start barcoding again like this. I'm a non-liker. I freaking knew it. You gotta drop at least one membership before you like the stream. I mean, let's be real. 19 euro cents. Yeah, I think that's 50%. Because that's over... that's over 20. There it is. Ding, ding, ding. Big gap up. Look at that thing up there. Just touching the sky. We'll see what it does. I'm very curious if we fill that gap. Nope, it's ripping out of the gate. Got 16%. 1790 is kind of a next resistance up there. I want to be patient on the buy-in this morning, but might be tough. Natural price discovery. That's the way I see it. The way I see it. I mean, after just looking at the other exchanges and seeing what they do. Yeah, high frequency trading, payment for order flow, that totally gets rid of it, and you don't have that here. So this is the closest thing we have. Morning, Mohammed. 21%, 1720. See if 1790 acts as a resistance. Gap up to 20 cents though is getting filled right now. Like your internet through my tank. Buys tanking. There's 1770. That's kind of the resistance I have for it this morning. First stock you've seen is not getting hammered. Interesting. Morning, Dennis. I mean, I think it's coming. Like, we're not just gonna go up. There'll be some profit taking. There'll be some shorting. Haven't really gotten there yet. %. All right, we're getting to that resistance back here. Kind of that first little resistance. After that, we've just got that gap fill for the most part at 20 cents. Wow, man. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. If a buy it open was the right play, I will have missed it. At least that price. I think people see the pre-market and then they're basically just buying it open. So I think that's maybe what we're seeing right here. Because we can't trade pre-market. I don't know anybody that can trade pre-market. $17.94. Spread's actually really tight. $17.94, $17.95. That's the tightest I've seen the spread. Wow. Buys coming down here. $17.97 and 18. Oh man. 10,000 orders, 62,000 orders. Buys kind of dumping. What in the world? Oh, why did it come here? LGIQ is the zip trader pick. That's pretty ugly. Okay, well that might end up being a good play. I don't know. 32% on barbecue. We're getting back to that pre-market high. Here's the zip trader pick. It might be good. I'm not. Little bouncer. Barbecue 1880 was the high. Really, the next big resistance after this gap fills, what, 23 cents? Is bouncing. Birds, better buy birds, ace. I'm slowing down, spread's widening up a little bit on barbecue. Yeah, Fubo's had a pretty big gap. I think this was started with earnings yesterday. Maybe not, but yeah, no, Fubo's charts look nice for a while. But I think they did just have earnings, so see, I got this RSI divergence drawn here, but then it kind of retested, double bottomed, and now it's looking good, yeah. Although it is at the resistance here. Might look for a pullback, but could definitely keep going. 1880 was the high there on barbecue. See what happens here. Not sure if I'll trade it today or if I'll just pick up more. We've got a gap still right up to 20 cents, so haven't quite filled that. After that one, 30 cents. But now we have a gap down here too. Uh, 30 cents is a gap. 30 cents is the next gap. SMX going 40% on that. This thing is sketchy though. Did pretty well trading this one. It's just getting out of it caused sell-off. And one of you guys on stream did the same thing. Just so illiquid. 46%. Barbecue, kind of consolidating up here. That's 1763. It's up 25%. Looking for maybe a bull flag getting set up here. If it starts coming down, probably actually gonna get a gap fill. We can't hold some supports. It's kind of moving up. Barbecue's coming down. Probably some profit taking here in the morning. I considered taking some on that first red candle, but I thought I'd wait in case it just bull flags and keeps going. Given that I missed this move with quite a bit more capital, trying to time it too much. I think we'll get them. Get through the morning profit taking, build get some consolidation going, and off we go. Maybe even a gap fill here. I'd be down. Up 9%, and going. They have earnings today. Earnings tomorrow. Fubo's up 8. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. I'm just, yeah. I'm just vocalizing my thoughts. It's still very cheap. Valuation on it's still very low, 79 million. So, if shareholders do make it out, I think they're still 10x from here. I say that every day and we keep going up 20%, but I still think it. Once we get to $1, then maybe I'll reconsider my 10x figure. BDC is up 10%. This is the one that had that big move. Oh, we got to bounce on nat gas. Jeez, they hit a new low. Oh man. Yeah, barbecue. 20 down row. Spy's looking kind of weak. I can look at it. I don't know if I'll watch it. Xerox? Oops. I don't even have that on Webull. I can't see it. Price record times 10. Okay, AJ. You're my boy, Blue. My boy. My boy. Fubo 10%. SMX kind of coming down there. I'm not able to see our XRP. Could look at it on here maybe. No, I can't look at it on there either. Is that a crypto? Can't think of what that even is. Bagel bouncing up. One had a $2.9 pre-market high. Could get little bounces here and there on it, but yeah, careful. This one is probably in a downtrend gap fill, and your exits might be the best in extended hours. XRP's Ripple. Yeah, I don't know why you can't see it on here on Webull, because I can pull up those cryptos. Yeah, I've looked at Ripple before in a while. I want to try and look at alright, new low today on SPY. Barbecue. Can't get a great read yet. It could be just kind of bull flagging really though. I don't like to see the gap fill just to get more, and I don't like to leave gaps, but actually we are below that 1790 right now, so my VWAP, we're below VWAP on it too. SPY's coming down. It's now red on the day. I mean, I can see Bitcoin, I can see Ethereum. I can see Doge on here. You trade crypto on Webull. I can buy all this stuff. So yeah, that's weird. I couldn't see XRP. Maybe it isn't here. I just yeah, it doesn't have all crypto, I guess. Yeah, BBQ going back up to the high. Not actually BBQ, but it's over 1790. I don't want to think it's bull flagging, but I don't want to be too early on stuff. Good news is my futures are almost green now, so take that margin, have a barbecue with it, blow it up. Oh yeah, IDX, that thing had quite the move. 21% right now. Is this the same? Oh no, this isn't that one. This is very similar to the other one. This one does look good though. It's got a nice bull flag going on. You got a bullish MACD. Green over the 9, and it was on, I don't know the news on it this morning. Oh, 6 million worth of contracts. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. Looks good. Chart looks nice. Megal's getting up there. See if Megal can make it to its pre-market high. I'd see that for resistance, or maybe even 2.5. SMX just kind of consolidating up here. Oh wow, we actually have maybe even top waking up, having little bounces on their little steep long journey down. Yeah, SPY did kind of flush out of open, green to red. So you kind of bouncing on that after hours move on Friday. All the Chinese stocks having a little bounce today. Earnings on May 10, Friday EX. So they had news this morning, looks like on a purchase order or something. Or no, not IDX. Or yeah, 6 million worth of contracts. Weeble's not showing earnings, but could get a little pre-earnings run up. Barbecue, 27%. Kind of consolidating up here. Yeah, I'm just curious if we get this gap fill or not. I could still see it happening. But I might be biased. I want it cheap. Happy Money Monday! Welcome, you guys. Welcome to Happy Money Monday. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you for your likes. We've got 26 of you liking the stream. Well done. It's a bit early for a barbecue, but we're hungry. Want to eat. Eyes coming down. This is nice. It's down 4%. SPY is melting down. Wow, GME turned around with the SPY 1.3%. Hitting that resistance, kind of double topping on that. Just when you thought GameStop was going to get out of control, it slaps you and shows you it's fixed again. It's still looking good though. Still like it, but sucks to see its weight with the SPY. Yeah. I don't miss that with barbecue at all. Yeah, nat gas is super cheap. That's a good safe like year-long outlook. Play. Never too early for a barbecue. Barbecue moving up 30%. 1832. Getting close to the high of the day of 1880. Bouncing there a bit. Max at 30. Fubo's ripping. High of the day on Fubo. Broke yesterday's high. Got a gap here up at 2150. It's breaking this resistance too, which is a good sign. That was kind of my first little target for it. That 164 area. So yeah, Fubo looks nice to yeah, I'd say for this gap fill. Up to $2 or 21.50. $22.50. Barbecue, high of the day. 34%, $18.99. Sounds like a barbecue price. Get some yummy barbecue for $18.99. Gap fill at 20 cents on Bed Bath. It's getting close there. I don't know if it'll break out or if it'll find resistance at that gap fill. But yeah, profit takers didn't last long this morning. It didn't come down for much or for long. Not even enough to fill that gap yet, so. Platform IBK RV at 77%. I don't know. Have you been watching it on there? Maybe it's. I don't know. 19? Just hit 1969. What was I hearing about us seeing different prices on different exchanges? Yeah, it just hit 1919. There's a bit of a delay if you're trying to compare it with other ones, and good luck. I mean, there's a stream delay, so, but some of your platforms you're looking at still could have a delay on them too. You've got to check that. I had to sign up to OTC trade with Webull to get this updated. Otherwise, it was like 15 minutes delayed, which you should notice that pretty easily. Maybe a little double top here. I don't know. Basically filled the gap. Hit 1969. Let's see. Webull showing 19.9. Five bouncing a bit there. Was that green on my futures? Barbecue back to VWAP. Did actually put an order to sell. Not sure if it'll fill or not, but if it doesn't, I'll ride it. But yeah, a little double top here. I think we could get this gap fill. I'd like to pick up some more. Prices. It could just be an error. Your price is the same. Or it's looking at maybe your position, percentage on your position. Sometimes mine will show how much it's up. Like on my futures, it'll show how much the stock is up. All the futures. Maybe it's showing like multiple day percentage for some reason. Yeah, we've got a little RSI divergence on the 5-minute here, as well as kind of a double top. Spreads have widened up 1784, 1790. It was tight this morning. Widen that spread up and slows down, less volume, less trades. It'll widen up. SMX consolidating nicely up here. Still up 25% for sure. Zoom out a little bit. So yeah, inverted head and shoulders played out well. Seeing it play out really end of day Friday and now today. And the same with this RSI divergence. 5 bouncing here. It's on that level. Up to VWAP. The XF down 9%. Where's that bot now? Oh, this chart actually still looks pretty nice. I'll hold it for now. SMX 42%. Might be about to break out. Yep, there goes SMX. Woo. 51%. Earnings call. Just a nice hot and spicy barbecue. Sweet honey barbecue. Got fill on this thing. Alta. Still going after Alta. Bounce there. I think it'll make it to this kind of high from yesterday back here, 411. Has some more downside still. Casa. That's a nice looking tree. SMX 70%, almost a hit there. Woo, 2170. I do kind of miss trading this thing. It is freaking volatile. Morning coffee for that Monday barbecue live. Happy Monday Monday. Thanks for joining, guys. Thank you for your support. If you haven't subscribed, do it. Turn that red to gray, hit the notification bell. We have free Discord you can jump on too. If you've been gifted a membership, you might not even realize. PM me on Discord and I'll give you the happy crew roll. About 18%. SMX 65. Barbecue kind of consolidating up here. Did make a double top. There is an RSI divergence. I'm still thinking that gap's going to get filled. But price action wise, looks pretty nice. Also, this gap up here has more or less been filled. Even with all that volume, SMX it still has a wide spread. Pretty wide. Ubo 20%, Megal 20%. ENS is even getting a pop up here, 12.05. Kind of building a little inverted head and shoulders. Got a 130.10 resistance for it. Never did fill that gap though down there. Daily charts giving us a bullish MACD, green over the 9 moving average. But that's a pretty good resistance it's coming to. Kind of an interesting looking chart right there. Yeah, we traded SMX before in the last rally. It's fun and volatile. We traded it from what, right here, this breakout. I don't remember where it was. At that one. Can't tell now really. But yeah, it has wide spreads and it's it's you gotta be careful trading it. Yeah, it was on this one. Traded from here up to like somewhere on that red candle we got out. Or no, I got. That's just, I can't remember what happened, but yeah. Anyways, it's looking good. 67% up. Good volume. Kind of just gap and go though on it. Is there not a gap? Oh, the gap's down there. Barbecue moving up a little bit. $27.74 is what I have for kind of a resistance on SMX. That's 75%. Woo! SPY rejecting VWAP. Went down. I don't think SMX. I don't know the calcs on SMX. I don't think it's an anti-short one though. I don't know. I feel like you track this better than I do, Ace. I think Fubo looks nice. Chart looks good. They just had earnings. 20%. So, yeah, I've got a bull flag here. I mean, buying it when it's up 20% is usually not a good idea, but if you can hold through some downs that might come, then it should be good. Broke this resistance right here, which 1660 is kind of what I was watching this morning, and now it's through that and getting up to this gap fill. So gap fill at 1.8. It's almost there. And then after that, really, you're at $2. The next spot, another little gap there, and big resistance around 230. I sold some of my barbecue actually right there, and then I canceled the rest. I got scared. I think it might have one last little push higher. That gap completely filled, but maybe not. Morning, it's me. Option strike 10 for January the 19th, 24. Barbecue. Let's see here. $10? Yeah, 16.6 thousand. I don't know why that one's special, Jan. Get closer to the money, there's a lot more open interest. I know the bullish news on PacWest is they cut their dividend. Like, what the heck? SMX with a pullback. Jeez, he's gonna gonna be so much sound. This position size is crazy. It just slowly fills. Check out DE. Closed out some up here. You hear it closing out. It's only like 1,000 orders at a time, or 1,000 shares. It's very slow. DE bull flagging? Not really seeing it. I don't know what this Saidu is. It doesn't look too bad though. Might fill that gap. MACD's flipped over. Your RSI is ticked up. I don't know about that one. SPY coming down here, new low of the day. So best thing for me would be SPY comes down and close the short. Barbecue fills a gap. I can move that into that. There we go. All right, barbecue's free to rally now. I'm out. The XF's down 12.5. We get out of this thing too. So I'll pick it back up if it breaks 20 cents, or on the gap fill. But it's looking strong. It's kind of got this little pendant going. I guess I didn't like the RSI divergence, and yeah, the fact that it's at resistance now, but could blow through that. Yeah, on the minute chart here, it's looking pretty nice actually. Let's see here what it does at this resistance. Makes head and shoulders, or if it blows up through there. Almost green on those futures. Saidu and ITR on my top. And look at the other one. ITRG. Dude, do you find the craziest stickers? What is this? Yeah, maybe. SMX bull flag in there on the 5-minute of VWAP as well. Barbecue kind of rejected that high, so we'll see. The FOMO is boiling inside of me. That's probably the right move. GNS up 11.5. Look at that. It wicked up to that 1.3. I have my line at 131. or pullback on GNS, maybe back to $1, and then see if it builds a support there. Again, then you have your inverted head and shoulders, shoulder, shoulder, head. Might be nice pickup there at $1. Otherwise, double bottom or gap fill still, but I don't think it's gonna get to gap fill. It's not looking like it anymore. Barbecue kind of wants it. It's up 31%, 1860. That was me. I've got BBY here on the 1 minute just to kind of get a better idea what's going on. Barbecue souls. It's coming down more here. Look for support at 411, 411.34, or like 410.37. This looks like a pennant on a barbecue. So, very well could be getting back into this. Got those increasing lows, kind of this flat top. Triangle, I don't know what you call it. So a break of this level and I'll probably be getting back in for small difference in price from where I sold. Buy below that resistance, that's nice. Fubo's 21%, little breakout there, 1.8. So gap's filled on Fubo. It's looking good up until 237. After that, I'd say 230. Sorry, 237. 2.037. After that, 2.37, 2.35, somewhere in there. Just basically this area. Got a gap above that at 2150. Also close to this support back here. Barbecue's moving up. Up tomorrow? I think it's gonna probably keep going up. Maybe a couple days of somewhat consolidation, but the trend has been outrageously bullish. Barbecue on the weekly, like weekly candles. Oh, you're starting to, as far as cyclically, yeah. Yeah, cyclically I had it for like late May, June. It's just doing the same cyclical pattern. Being that it's on OTC, it's in chapter 11. I don't know if that's still a thing or not, but yeah. Okay, coming back down a little bit, but I don't know, still kind of in this little wedge. I'll buy back into it as with the break of this. just kind of we're at that gap fill isn't necessarily a resistance, but something I need to consider. Gap fills aren't resistance. Really, the resistance isn't until like 230. So if we do break out of this to the upside, there's still plenty of room to trade it. Break to the downside, I think we'll probably, I don't know, see, might get a gap fill. That cyclical pattern this week or next week? I really don't know. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if it still applies even on this bulletin board. Like, I feel like this is still relieving all the pressure from the shorting, the massive shorts that's gone on the last 3 months, and potentially tons of naked shorting. We know there's naked shorting, but potentially extra naked shorting because they thought there were share offerings going on and lots of dilution, and it turns out that there wasn't. So, and now it's all under Chapter 11, so a judge is literally seeing everything that's going on with it. So, you know, had that filing come out showing all those shareholders, like, yeah. So hard to think this thing's not gonna just kind of keep going. Alright, thank you guys. 33 likes, I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good morning. I do have a link for Discord pinned in the comments. It's a free Discord to join if you guys want to jump on there. You're welcome to. We also have Twitter at HappyMoneyYT. GNS, 13%. Still below that 130. GC 11. Oh, Arrival's even up today. 8.5. This one could have a reverse split squeeze. Wolfing candle yesterday on it. Might be a nice pickup actually. Options. R side divergence here. Yeah, I might get some calls on Arrival. I don't know options though. This look a little sketch. SMX breaking out his bull flag. Here it goes. 2774. I think it's the next stop on that train. Yeah, the spreads on Arrival options are crazy. Three shares. Want leverage though, I don't want to have it on that. Buy consolidating here. I think probably got some more lows. Gonna have a little head and shoulders building here. A 5-minute. Barbecue's still kind of in this bullish wedge. Waiting for the breakout to the upside to go back in. If it happens. Coming back down to WAP. SMX, it wants it. He's going. It's gonna go. You watch SMX for that break. Yeah, and CNO looks nice. Maybe hit its bottom. Spectating. My man. Good. Good if you can have that discipline. Do it. Stick to it. Open door up 17. GDC 10. Curvana 6.5. This is Weevil. We're looking at RSM. Yeah, we can throw it in a minute. See what's going on. So, kind of built little head and shoulders here, but at the same time, it's holding up in this trend. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I see some bullish, some bearish. Have to see which way it breaks. Breaks out too. Buy's coming down here. Oh, GME actually bounced back up. It's only down 0.34. Oh, barbecue's getting to the high. Let's see. Yeah, GME's chart, so it's like a nice bull flag on the hourly. Barbecue 1880, 33%. Get a rejection here or rip rally? Yeah, trading view is delayed. Green candle now. Just moving back up to VWAP. Barbecue staying very strong this morning. Hold. Outlet. Just the influence of Al. Blue Al in chat. Barbecue, it's at that high. We'll see. So we've got 50,000 on the bid at 1.8 1.51. 15,000 on the ask at 1874. 1851, 1874 is still the bid ask. Buy's kind of moving back up here. Back up to VWAP. Kind of wanting 41134 or lower, maybe 410 on SPY if we can do that today. Be great. There's SMX. Is it going? Oh, SMX. Push back down to VWAP. I like this arrival chart. Wish I had better options. I liked Open Doors earnings. Barbecue coming down, rejected that resistance up there. As the day progresses though and volume gets lighter, the spreads are going to get wider and it's just going to get more gappy. 22 million volume on SMX today. That is neat. Today's going to be a good day. High with a wick to the downside. Yep, already is a good day. Things up 31%. Even a gap fill, and we're going to be, you know, higher than all of Friday. Except for, I mean, right at close, but that rip into Friday close made that a nice day too. That made it like a 30% day on Friday. So we were coming down, what, 8% a day? Isn't that right, Ace? So far, I've been going up like probably average of 15% a day. Curious to look at that. I just wicked up to VWAP, still coming down. Finding the green your barbecue overall. Ooh, that is neat. Barbacoa. Getting tighter and tighter in this little channel, man. $18.74 was the last trade. New low of the day there. For this kind of high from yesterday. 411.34. Rooting for Barbecue sports team. Yep. SMX didn't want it. Still in the support of this flag. Finding support on this resistance back here too. Both still holding above VWAP. Megal below VWAP. Rival. Stuck again. I don't like those options. I actually tried to buy it and I forgot I don't have buying power right now in here because of the futures. 2130, 12% on it. I like that there's also earnings coming up. You might get a little pre-earnings run up. Not sure if a stock like this really gets those, but the chart looks bullish regardless. Could be a nice little trade up to, I don't know, some of these gap fills, maybe even the $7. Maybe $4. Close before earnings, take the risk off. Barbecue coming down a little bit. I called the market. You're right, 30% up a day. I like that. I mean, we've had multiple 30%. I was just saying average. But if you discount, or wait, no, even that day. No, what was it? Thursday? I think Thursday was that day, like kind of consolidation. Yeah. Thursday we had. Let's look at that real quick. Yeah, Thursday was crazy. Just opened and just ripped. Made that double top. And came down and made that double bottom end of day. And actually I picked up some here on Thursday and then actually closed it out. Basically it opened on this double top. That was somewhat lucky, I feel like. And got back in some this day, but not as much. But that's okay. I think hopefully I'm trading today right. Arrivals going 14%. %, ARVL. I'm trying to save my capital for barbecue. You got some hungry folks coming over. They like that we're going to barbecue. Need to get out of these futures trades. How many stocks been around? I can't put them trading futures. So barbecue kind of rejected that high again. Kind of the third test on that high. So it's now out of this little wedge, the bottom line I drew, but oh yeah. See, VWAP's at 1790 or thereabout. BB zoomed to 30 cents. Oh, you know, I was talking about barbecue. Yeah, I might. It could break out to the upside still. If it breaks here, yeah, 30 cents would be a next big spot. And we've got resistance at 23. I'd see maybe finding resistance here first, but I don't know. Eye kind of bouncing. Barbecue, yep. BBQ. I bounced up to VWAP. What are we seeing here on SPY? What's it doing? Do another ABCD like yesterday. Look at that. It literally wicked to that level. It might be actually. Yeah, I think so. Might flip to longs. What the heck? Whoa. Got VWAP there. La Resistance. $0.02 good cost average. That ain't bad. Yeah, it's an ascending wedge like we have drawn here. It's bullish, but depends on which way it breaks out, right? Like, breaks to the downside, then it's broken. And it's kind of getting into that. No. Rival giving us another chance to get in this. % on Fubo. Was it's kind of, to me, it's kind of breaking down out of that wedge. But it's a little wider. Here's if SPY's trying to do an ABCD again. Just rip faces. SMX consolidating nicely up there. US bank failures so far. Crazy. Are we now going to get hundreds of little dots like back here? Thousands? That's so many. Whew. Going up 30% a day. Okay. All right. If your chicken guy says it, man, I mean, can't argue with him. I might jump back in again. If it breaks this high, which it looks like it might be about to, or on a bottom, like a double bottom or gap fill or some signs of a bottoming price. But yeah. I'm not trying to front run it. I'm not shorting the highs like I've considered before. It's just too bullish, and I don't want to try and time it that much. But really, to make back my losses, I almost need to play it both ways, because I'm using a lot less capital than what I put in when I lost on it. So trading a little more often on the ups should help that. But for how low it is, and the bounce back up to 50 cents and then $1 happening so quickly, it's like there's not a whole lot of trading that needs to be done. It's basically just ripping. See this back here? I'm wondering if SPY's doing that right now. Does this, and then I think this was like an ABCD. Yeah, it totally is, dude. I'm gonna close out of these futures. I don't like them. I would go long on it maybe even, but I don't want the capital for barbecue sauce. Yeah, I think SPY is repeating kind of the same thing from yesterday. Get calls here, I guess. SPX calls. We do that. I mean, we're 415 today on the SPY, filling that gap. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if that plays out. Sidelines. I mean, it's still very, very cheap. You know, market cap is still, it's under 100 million, 85 million market cap. Long holds. I was, and then it wasn't. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm not like trying to. I don't know what you mean when you say long holds. It's still in chapter 11, trading on OTC. Like, I'm not just gonna hold, I guess, for long term. Basically, I want to reduce risk as it's going up. That being said, I mean, it's yeah, I mean, there's tons of potential here if it works out for shareholders, for sure. SPY's moving up more, barbecue's coming down to VWAP. What's TC? Just overnight? Oh, I've held overnight. Yeah, I'm holding overnight. I don't know what I'll keep doing, but what's been working, because I'm day trading on all my accounts. I've been buying sometime during the day, selling at the high the next day, buying back in that day, selling the next day, kind of just doing it like that. So I guess swing trading, but just overnight. Since there's no, well, there is after hours trading, but it's not much. And being that it's on OTC, I don't know. I just feel more comfortable with it. Barbecue below VWAP now. I'd say it's kind of breaking out of that pennant a little bit. That wedge. 1753 is a support. Got 1687, and then kind of where we opened at 16 cents. RC. I think he is involved. I mean, the filing shows he's an interested party. So I think he is involved. That doesn't just mean I'm gonna just buy at any price and hold it. Definitely though. Moving up through VWAP. Barbecues, MACD flip bearish. We've got red under the 9 now. It's right above VWAP at this point. At 1805, it's up 28%. Waiting for, I don't know the timeline on closing futures, and it's sweeping over to my individual brokerage. And I don't know how to force that, because sometimes it seems like it happens in a few minutes. Other times it's like it never happens. It'll take days. I don't know, do you guys have any insight? You're working to find lows and highs. Yeah, it's not something I've really necessarily done that much, but it's just kind of been working on barbecue. Thing though is, like, I mean, there's wash sales, so I'm getting screwed on the wash sales. Ooh, what's up, Archer? The realized losses on it, I've already given up. I bought back in, so I kind of feel like now it doesn't matter a whole lot. I've already given up on the realizing those losses, and it's not like I need to realize. It's not like I need more write-offs anyways, or losses, so not a huge deal. But I don't know. Maybe I'll change to trader tax, or whatever, the tax exemption for traders, full-time traders, and then you don't have wash sales. I haven't done that, just, but I guess care to. But yeah, maybe I'll do that for this year. SPY, it looks like it's doing the same thing as yesterday. Barbecue, little bounce there on VWAP. GME moving up with it. Yeah, nice. GME's up 1.27. I know it wasn't looking good this morning. It was down like 2 something. I hate to see how our line is on SPY, but that said, it does have nice relative strength here. The options don't really move. I'm down on my options. On my calls. .22 on GME. SMX sold off, did not go for the gap fill or the resistance level. Failed bull flag breakout. See here, bull flag breakout rejected. Fubo's still looking pretty good though. Did Upstart have earnings yet? Oh no, their earnings are tomorrow. Well, hopefully those are good. That's 8%. Texas deploys special border force to drive back expected migrant surge. Dang it, Ace, what are you doing down there, man? Stock market could become untouchable if the regional bank crisis continues to spiral. The government brokered purchases of First Republic, Signature, and Silicon Valley banks have created a vicious cycle in which troubled lenders need to fail, get government assistance before buyers will step in. US March wholesale sales, that came out at 10. Negative 2.1% versus February was plus 0.4. Oh. Almost 2/3 of adult Gen Zs, people who are in their 26 and younger, were living paycheck to paycheck in March, an all-time record. Little red candle on SPY here. Barbecue just holding right at VWAP. 18 cents. The Treasury and the Fed may have to come in and actually restrict your right as a U.S. citizen to pull money out of the U.S. banking sector due to capital flight from the U.S. banking system. That's not a good sign to pull your money out of the bank. There's nothing that's going to say, there's nothing that's going to convince you to pull money out of a bank. BAX halted? BAX. Head and shoulders on it. It's trading now. U.S. regional banks extend Friday's gains. So I'm moving back up here. PacWest up 9%. Actually gave up quite a bit of its pre-market rip. Barbecue not wanting to drop below VWAP yet. Holding up pretty nicely. Standard Chartered CEO says big US recession unlikely. Liechtenstein to allow payment for certain state services in Bitcoin. That's actually the name of it, Liechtenstein. The consensus estimate for Wednesday's inflation report is 5%. Overall US CPI year-over-year in April unchanged from 5% from last month, but down from the 40-year high of 9.1% last June. 40-year high, that's crazy. That's what it was. The US bond market has now been in a drawdown for 33 months, by far the longest in history. Now what's right, the stock market or the bond market? The answer is bond market. Viva la Mexico! IBRX? Is that one? The one that has the huge... Yeah, dude. Barbecue's coming down here a little bit. It's up 24% still, 1762. Got a couple little supports here built today. Got opening price. Why does it show me lines? Like, shows me a line here, but not here. See, it's below VWAP now. Yeah, IBRX is a wild one, Tree. You got out, what, this day when it hit $4? Things just exploded, man. Yeah. SPY still doing that repeat from yesterday. Might see new highs. Barbecue wicked up a little bit. 25%, 1771. What happened around that year? You got back in IBRX? Crazy. Carvana looks like it wants to break out, maybe. A new high today on Carvana. A bull flag setting up. Has 990 from a resistance back here, and then a gap up at 12 or 1012. That 8% positive on the day. Kind of just building a bull flag there. I think it had earnings. Was that today? Yeah, last week. Barbecue back up to VWAP. Okay, sorry. I had a phone call. Barbecue bounced back up to VWAP. Holding pretty strong. Momentum is to the downside, at least in the 5-minute candles, but so far this morning it's pretty bullish. I don't know, kind of a bull flag. Not going to 5. Pharmaceuticals, SPY's ripping up still. So I think we've got. Yep. I want to go back in the futures on it, but I just, the buying power for Bed Bath. If it'll sweep over here, that's the thing. I don't. Still not giving me buying power. Hey. What? We're 1296. We've got as a resistance there on SPY. See if it fully plays out like yesterday, or if it's slightly less bullish. SMX still at 41%. Nagel 20%. Two banks reported unrealized losses exceeding 50% of their capital at the end of the third quarter. Reported unrealized losses exceeding 50% of their capital. Global food prices rose for the first time in a year. Oh, Apple is going to have an offering? Bullish. It says Apple files prospectus supplement for 5-part notes offering. Size not disclosed. That was this morning at 8. Apple execs indicated third straight quarter of declining revenue is on the way. Chinese President Xi Jinping called on top officials to step up efforts to maintain appropriate birth rate and population level. You think Apple's involved with those? Thanks guys for your likes, I appreciate it. 11:15, we've got 15 minutes till EU market closes. See if we get a direction change or any sort of insight into today's get US at 11:30. But yeah, thanks for your 36 likes, appreciate it. Barbecue still right at VWAP actually. Dropped below it. Now it's kind of above it. Up 1809, it's up 28%. I don't see the connection there. What's the speculation on that connection, Wild Bill? Wild Bill Hickok. The value of China's gold reserves rose to 132 billion at the end of April from 131 billion at the end of March. Yeah, I heard China's been just buying up all the gold. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is out. Has brought in 282 million in global opening during its first 3 days in theaters. Oh, Goolsby's talking. Ed Goolsby. He says you have to say that a recession is a possibility. Talking about the debt ceiling. We should be extra attuned to issues in bond market related to debt limit. Producer prices moved into deflationary environment. Premature to judge rate decision for June FOMC. Premature. Still needs CPI. Goolsby says you have to say we're trying to stabilize prices without a hard landing. We got New York Fed expectations. April 1 year ahead expected inflation at 4.4% versus March 4.7. 3 year ahead at 2.9 versus March 2.8. 5 years at 2.6 versus March's 2.5. The cost of a bachelor party has skyrocketed to $10,800, an increase of 40% from an average of $7,700 2021. Carvana. Yeah, Carvana broke $10. It's up 11.50, 11.5%. Given Apple's move to the high yield savings account, peer-to-peer direct payments, yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're getting into banking basically. How to support the way of the economy. I will watch Carvana. Pepperidge Farms remembers, Lords. Pepperidge Farm. You're the Pepperidge Farm man. Figured it out. Barbecue, flirting with a drop below VWAP. This guy's talking about
robust pipeline with Merck. There's also plenty of opportunities in terms of growth and operating margins, and in terms of the sector as a whole, where there's growth opportunities where we could see double-digit returns in a very short period of time, i.e. 12 to 18 months.
Interesting. Okay, so at this point now, what are you thinking here, Ben, as you take a look at Merck? You know, Achilles just mentioned a robust pipeline. I'm seeing a
Liechtenstein.
robust trend, to say the least. Look at this. I've got the hourly chart here, and we're going back to, well, we're talking last 4 weeks of data, basically.
With the red candle down at VWAP there.
From 101 up to, well, we're just shy of 120 last week, and we are holding this upper level, to say the least. This
17.
is what we call acceptance.
Yeah, it's been a support today.
Recent run-up areas of consolidation help us determine which way trend is moving.
1754 or so.
And in this instance, to the upside, limited retracements. Here again, as mentioned, balancing around 118 right now.
I don't like hanging out way up,
to the upside,
way up here above that gap,
higher
though.
level. This is an hourly chart, so we don't want to get too married to this. But
yeah,
kind of what we were talking about before, right? Distancing yourself, taking a look at the bigger picture, longer term.
I'll be picking shares back up today at some point.
Areas of consolidation
just
played out.
looking
The
for a nice
stock, no stranger to
bottom, I
a more
guess.
horizontal type pattern,
or the
breaking out
breakout.
to the upside, sideways consolidation again, 107, and it actually looks like on the daily we're trying to get something vertical here out of that balance, that range that we had been in, going back to, well, looks like the fall of last year, September, October, again, hanging out around that 107 level. But that old floor trader that I talked about a little while ago, and he talked about the market being designed to generate wealth and create that. Well, here you can see Merck has done just that. This chart goes all the way back to, we're talking 2009, areas of consolidation that formed. I've got 4 of them pretty well defined. Remember that 80 and that 107 that we just talked about? Here it is again playing, or you can see it again on that longer term chart though. But this is a stock that's done very well, and it does appear as if it's potentially in a breakout pattern right now, a vertical phase. So lots to keep an eye on, not only in terms of the hourly, that trend that we looked at, the daily in terms of this breakout, the weekly, but let's see if we can get some legs here and then again form a new area of consolidation at a higher level above this 107.
Yeah, I'd like to know what else the trader says.
1650.
With a lot of experience. Anytime you want to throw in
Got
anything
1496
else,
as a level there. Yeah, kind of this high from the other day.
Sell high, you would always say.
Probably grab some in there, but just look for price action around that price. It does start to show support. Otherwise, I would wait for gap fill or even 1335, maybe for a level.
Yeah, we're looking at a
But
10-month to 12-month
the thing's been
time
bullish, even on like the down
horizon.
days. It's
But
been
it's not unlike to say it could be 18 months going
like
forward. But
the biggest down day we've had so
believe
far
that
since
because of
OTC
the
was
pipeline,
that Thursday
because
that
of the sector as a whole,
it
yeah,
ripped
it's
out of the
facing
gate,
some
and
resistance
then it
points.
came back
We'll
down,
be
ended up
hitting new
opening or
highs,
closing, I think like
not
8% up.
anytime
So
soon, but definitely going
this one
forward,
retraced
we could definitely see
most of
that
the rally
number,
though,
and
came all the way back
even more so.
down close to the open. So
before I get to your next play, I mean,
that's been the most bearish day we've had.
Higher here, to new highs of the year. Do you think that's possible?
Absolutely. I mean, so long as the market,
I mean,
as
the
a
thing
whole,
just
we're
wants to
seeing
get back
good
up to
earnings,
50 cents.
nothing
Dollar. You can
negative
tell it's just
to push the markets
gravitating
down,
heavy.
or nothing long-term negative.
Right.
If it's near-term, it's not a big deal, you know. But if you're looking at long-term positive trends,
Buy back down to
especially
VWAP.
with stocks that are well
Gotten
positioned
patient on these futures.
and high
I don't know, I just-
quality with good
yesterday's
dividends and good
ABCD
earnings, they're going to do so
that
well
repeating again
going
on me.
forward and be
But
part
yeah,
of
we're
any
back down to
quality
VWAP.
portfolio and make money going forward and pay their
BBBYQ,
dividends and reward
right
their
above
stockholders
VWAP.
for owning them.
Okay. And last but not least, I mean, I think this one
GME
has
still kinda
served
grinding up
very well in the
1.67.
buy low, sell high
The
over
2079.
decades. And
breaking
that
out
is
of this bull
Microsoft.
flag.
You know, you hold this one for a long time.
Low
you've been
volume, though,
pretty
not like
happy.
yesterday.
Tell me a little bit about this.
For Friday.
Yeah, we're going to add to our position at this point. You know, we've owned it for almost 21 years now.
Oh, that's
so
what I
it's
said. When I said decades, I wasn't wrong, right?
About more than
it's a
10
core
cents.
holding. We just want to make sure that we're adding to a position in a smart way. Where we're
Breaking
not
down
hitting
below
the
VWAP.
52-week highs anytime again soon, but we're going to break through that period, and we're going to make even more money with this stock.
Wait, we're right around the 52-week highs.
I believe we hit
the
it on
highs-
Friday.
Yeah, 311.97 was the high, and we're at 307. Where
Yeah,
do you
puts on
think
Fubo?
Microsoft is headed?
Well,
I
we
mean,
think
I'm
it's
bullish
gonna
on
pull
Fubo.
back a little bit
I
in
see.
response to
I've
the
sold
earnings,
puts
in
on it.
response to what we see, but it's a short-term pullback. We're going to see it breaking through those
Yeah,
periods.
it breaking
the
this resistance
52-week
was what I wanted to
highs
see for today,
in a
and it
very short time
kinda moved
period.
back down
I
below it
wouldn't be
now.
surprised if it was
I'd have
within
some
2 to
consolidation,
4
but
months,
momentum's
and
there,
then we're off
trend is
to the
there. It had, I
races.
think it had earnings, which is what started this.
Is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
So
That sounds like what you're saying. to me.
Always,
Yeah.
whenever there's a
Not
pullback in a
looking-
high-quality stock,
not looking
you
good for the
wanna
put side,
own
I
it,
would say.
and you want to
it'll
accumulate, which is
probably
exactly what
keep
we're
going.
doing with our positions.
Yeah. Tell me
That-
about Microsoft.
$2.20 for the next
Off to the
resistance,
races,
and then
Achilles. This horse is
gap up
running,
here
to
to
say the
fill,
least,
and
especially on the
235.
15-minute time frame. I started with the more
It
granular.
could have a
Actually,
pullback
I've
though.
got 30-minute candles here,
Little
but
hot
again,
right
getting
now.
back to what we were talking about in terms of
I don't know,
Apple.
man.
High conviction trade to the upside, sideways consolidation. Do it again. Breakout to the upside, start to balance out a little bit more.
It's not looking bearish at all for me.
Around,
Unless you're talking about short puts at $2.
Actually, hold on. Here it is, around that 306 level. You can see again the two areas that I mapped
Barbecue.
out: 298,
Bounce back
306.
up above the
Actually,
wow.
as you look at this,
All
it was
these
a
red candles to the
blip where
downside
we
just end
kind
up
of
wicking.
did see a couple hours of consolidation that occurred. We'll call it around 288, 290, but for the most part, well-defined trend up, high conviction, zero rejection.
Always hard to
as of
sell
yet.
when it's
Let's
exciting.
Move on to the 4-hour candles, because I wanted you to see that this is, again, not just over the last couple days. This actually goes back to last fall, where we bottomed out around 212 up to currently trading and balancing around 307. As mentioned, we topped out around 312, and that's that stopping price, right? You get the high conviction trade up, you reach a stopping price eventually, and then you start to consolidate and get a little bit more rotational, and that's starting to occur again around 307.
Kind of doing this barcoding thing again.
Getting back to that
Look at the,
premise that we were talking about, Nicole, he said that the market was generated to establish wealth, right, and create wealth. He also said, as I mentioned, buy low, sell high. And
Yeah,
in
I looked
to
at
that,
a line chart on it. I'm like, oh, I could actually kind of read that a little easier with how this
and in this
price action
instance,
is.
it certainly is. You can see a bit of a pullback, but look at this.
I use
bottom
these
pattern
candles for a
forming right
while,
now. The bulls
actually.
have their eyes set on 350 when you're
Before I
talking
learned
Microsoft. Again, Achilles, a
candles.
couple great names to
Good
take a look
colored ones
at
on
here.
there.
A pleasure to break these down with you today.
Yeah, all right. So Ben is a big fan. You know, Ben doesn't come out so strong, so much a fan on some of these stocks today. He's certainly showing some excitement about some of these names. But as we said, these are household, long-term names that have shown over decades the strength. Final thoughts here. As we, we're still waiting on the Fed. I mean, the ECB is seeming a little hawkish. We might get more rate hikes from the Fed. We might face a recession here at home.
I think that the Fed is
coming down,
really
dang.
kind of done.
Should help those
They're
futures.
going to make any meaningful moves to the upside. So yeah, maybe we might see one more raise.
Not getting
to
the ABCD.
on the interest rates.
Yeah.
But at this particular point,
Maybe to the
I don't
downside
think
even.
its effectiveness. I think it's going to do more harm than good. I also think that, barring any disaster du jour, the stock market is going to be
Disaster du
on
jour.
a big move to the upside.
Wow.
The market as a whole, we're looking anywhere between an 8 to 12% move to the upside. And this is barring any fundamental breakdowns in the sectors as a whole.
All right. Nice to see you, Achilles Larea of Larea Wealth Management. And, of course, our own Ben Lichtenstein on those charts.
Lichtenstein.
Thank you both. Okay, coming up next, we're going to spotlight the real estate market. Dolly Lens, Jenny Lens, Dolly Lens Real
Maybe
Estate.
these are
joining
better
us
for this
next here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange to give us the real
price action.
inside scoop on real estate and some of the latest trends. Trading 360.
So strong, so powerful. Powerful bull flag. Is it though? Sort of. Yeah, it's barcoding. Each of those moves down just wicks. Barbecue still barbacoating. Oh. He's grinding up. Yeah, coins grinding up. Yeah, GME, look at that. Getting kind of poppy there, actually. Breaking out of the high of the day. Broke the high from the other day at 2083. Up 2.4%. Let's see. 21.23 is kind of a little resistance here. And that big level that we held support so long after earnings, 22.16. That will probably be resistant. Yeah, look at this, the daily candles though, just a big bounce here. Oh, weird. GME's fixed. It's still fixed. SDC, earn tomorrow. It's a good support level. What's your thoughts? I mean, doing technical analysis into earnings doesn't really make any sense. It's an earnings play. So, TA doesn't matter with earnings. 3 trillion. Do it. So unless you're wanting to play earnings, I would close your positions and wait till after. That's basically how I see stuff like this. But yeah, it is at a nice kind of support bottom there, 37.24. Hasn't started momentum to the upside yet though, so it's not. It's still in a downward trend, but it's just at support. That's not when I would buy it, at least. I wouldn't go long or short. I would wait for earnings. Barbecue gonna hit 7,000. Maybe after a couple thousand reverse splits. 5 bounced back up there a bit to go whop. Maybe I have to try and buy it. Barbacoating. Printing like crazy? What's printing like crazy to you? It's me. BK. Good thing, EAB. Good thing. Tempted to pick up some barbecue shares here. Just doesn't seem like it wants to drop. Hold above $1. Well, it's delisted. It's on OTC right now because of Chapter 11. Not really from the dollar thing. So it'd have to come out of Chapter 11 first. And then it just has to go above $1 just for a day, I think. And then it's basically within compliance. %. Well, that's what options are supposed to do, is give you leverage, so. You'd hope it outpaced the stock price significantly. Barbie's doing shares above the float from a document drop. Oh, yeah. There's a little pop-up. Is that going to be a wick? Okay, I picked shares back up. Picked them back up. I think. Maybe. Did not fill. Didn't fill. What's that noise for then? Looks like it wants to go. Just saying, it looks like a nice spot to buy. Doesn't want to drop. Sorry guys, it's so many, it's crazy. Alright, barbecue bouncing. Yeah, I bought back in. I can't on my other account because didn't sweep over. So just did it all on TD. This is basically where I sold out, so no big difference, but you never know. Sold out here and it could have flushed down. I could have gotten it for 20-30% cheaper. And still could. But this is a good little sign. I like this. I like the volume. Volume on Weeble's like broken, by the way. Oh, might be a little false break. We'll see. It's 11:40. It's still early, so it's so illiquid and wide spreads. 1791, 1843. That's your spread. I'm claiming coin the Marco, yep. Trolling me on that buy. Could be. Could be, we'll see. Where do you even get me those fills? Yeah. Now I'm just gonna hold this now at this point and pick up more on the other account on a dip. But I'm thinking if it ever sweeps the margin over from the futures. SMX 53%. Little cup and handle here. Barbecue back down below VWAP. Holding up good, but we'll see. Does still have a gap to the downside. HPCO waking up out of nowhere. HPCO is up 35%. Does that have any kind of news? Not yet. Rival 17.7%. Bull flagging and breaking out. GNS is barcoding.
Has his eye on Zscaler. Stock is rallying after reporting some preliminary numbers for the third quarter. He'll also walk us through an example trade today. Look at that, it's up over 20%. George Sillit's next.
Death rates in the U.S. dropped an estimated 5.3% in 2022 compared to the previous year. For Axios. I'm moving up here a little bit. Still right at VWAP. Bank of Canada says it's launching public consultations on a digital dollar. New York City Pension Fund, which includes New York City employees such as teachers, cops, and firefighters, lost nearly $30 million in pension funds tied to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. All right, Bobby, barbecue, still barbacoating. Yeah, we did get a little shout out from Rogan. We're gonna have to listen to that.
100%
I just so happen to have it recorded on my Discord.
Able, with platforms and scale that are not months but years ahead of the competition, and the ability to drive new revenue streams, whether they be advertising or ad pay, and we don't see cannibalization in a big way as friends and family have to start paying $2 or $3 a month, and they were getting it for free before.
Yeah, okay. Tim, feel free to have any sort of rebuttal on there, but I want to hear more about Disney ahead of, what we're going to get this week. What should we be watching for, Tim?
Sure. No, actually, I don't really disagree on the positive view on Netflix. We're neutral because we had been underperform as the stock was falling for quite a while. We upgraded it when it began to rebound many months ago. We just haven't pulled the trigger on an outperform. But I agree with those positive sentiments on the company. On Disney, so Disney will be reporting on Wednesday after the close. We've had, I'd say the things to look out for would be people are always looking for the subscriber number for the direct-to-consumer services, particularly Disney Plus. We're not anticipating a whole lot of net adds. Although with things like, season 3 of The Mandalorian dropping on March 1st, you could get some positive subscriber momentum, at least in the U.S. We'd love to see some detail on the advertising tier at Disney. Netflix and Disney both coming out with ad tiers. We think they're very important for the revenue and earnings growth stories of both Netflix and for Disney over time. And then, we're still unclear what the state of the ad market really is. It looks like the March quarter.
Yeah, I found the Joe Rogan interview.
For peers,
or the shout out rather.
Hey, Happy, it's her good friend Joe Rogan here. I'm gonna try and make this quick because this dude dressed up like, I don't know if you know Ace Ventura, like the movie. This dude dressed up like Jim Carrey, dude. He kidnapped me, and he's got me in his basement in like a fucking well, and the dude just sits around all day talking about stocks and shit, and I don't know shit about stocks.
It's not a shout out, man. This is like
episode about the GameStop
help call.
thing, but I don't know shit about stocks. Dude was telling me you'll have actual bears in the stock market. Like there's fucking, dude, you don't want to fuck with bears. Like you just run, fuck that shit. But anyways, yeah, he sits up there with his little fucking dog and just like talks about the stock market all day. I don't know shit about what the fuck he's talking about. I got my Bed Bath & Beyond shares, and I'm hoping I can sell them when it gets right, to like, I don't know, $1 billion a share. But
you got crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, try not to call me because I'm hiding this phone in my prison pocket, and I've got it on vibrate, so try not to call me. But yeah, I'll try and get out, and hopefully we can all enjoy this Moast thing together.
Sounds like Ace Ventura.
I mean, I can't sell while I'm down here anyways.
Held hostage.
It's what the fuck you talking about, lotion?
Oh man, Rogan, you're in for it, buddy. That's sketchy. Sketchy stuff going on there. Ace's house. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can find that, but I was on Rogan's podcast. I don't even know when that aired. Last night? You guys are crazy. Seems like someone should maybe get over to Ace's house and see if they can find him. It's confirmed. Barbecue makes those little bumps, but it's really just barber coating still. He's well fed. Arrival still going. Woo. 20% on this thing. About 21%. Yeah, barber coating. Yep.
Concerns around an economic slowdown and the health of the regional banks. Now, let's take a look at the four major indices, which are off of those session lows. The S&P 500 dipping into the green just ever so slightly. The Dow Jones Industrial Average off
0.01%, I'd say,
or 0.2%. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 flat on the session off of those lows. And the Russell 2000, the small caps down nearly 0.5% as regional bank shares, which were up in the pre-market, turned around and gone negative. To help me break down this market action, let's bring in my co-host, Kevin Hinks. Kevin, what's your take here? It seems like the market's kind of in wait-and-see mode in that inflation data on Wednesday and Thursday with the CPI and PPI. But what's your take here in the market action?
Yeah, hey guys, you know, after a big week last week where we
I might be double topping up here.
Navigated a lot of potential landmines.
We're doing maybe a little cup and handle. I don't know.
The Fed meeting and with the regional banks and non-farm payrolls and Apple's earnings.
Pretty bullish if you zoom
now
out.
We get to a new week.
Bull
and
flag
we're gonna look
status.
At less earnings, right? The earnings continue to taper off, although we'll get Disney, we'll get some high profile. PayPal today will be important. But Tom, it's about inflation. And I think inflation, and I should throw in the Russell and watching the regional banks.
Rising
the regional
to the
banks
red.
are all down again today, Tom. After
there's a new high on BB. Yeah, barbecue.
Trading higher overnight in the future.
Oh, barbecue 1860, 3191.
And that just takes a lot of the steam out of this
Talking
market.
to chat, trying to figure out how to get the funds from my futures back to my individual.
This morning, got to watch the Russell 2000. That seems to be driving the angst in the market and the relief in the market, Tom. Everything else, you know, it's almost disguising
barbecue
the fact
seating up
that the inflation
32.98%, 1875.
So
and I'm hitting this resistance from earlier today.
I think the #1 data point for inflation that we'll get in a month. And Tom, frankly, the consensus is year-over-year headline flat, year-over-year core down a tenth. That's not good enough, if you ask me, especially when wages were higher.
Court dates. Someone shared the.
Was flat.
It's on our Discord.
Jerome Powell's got to be looking at these numbers going, inflation's not going down, guys.
Yeah, New York Fed came out with some reports on 1-year and 5-year inflation. The 1 year stayed pretty steady at 3%.
I have a
5-year actually ticked up.
I've got some of them marked down here. I don't know what they're for, but
so yeah, inflation's going.
May 18th.
Inflation's going to be the name of the game. But one area that's doing pretty well today are the airlines.
July 7th.
Southwest got a
June
downgrade.
7th.
Let's bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets
did
correspondent
double
here
top there.
to help us break down this story. JP
Barbecue
Morgan
got some volume and did a little push up there from VWAP up to the high. That high resistance.
Tom, yes, doing a bit of a reshuffle on some of these airlines. Though, as you said, mostly moving in positive territory today, although Frontier, which also got a downgrade from JP Morgan, is lower today.
It's a full,
but let's talk about the
full tide, this wild Bronco.
American Airlines. He's the analyst over at JP Morgan, turning more bullish on American Airlines, says the long-term relationship between the discount airlines and the big three has inverted, and it's now the larger airlines that control the high ground, due, of course, in part to more international travel demand. We've been hearing that from several of the airlines as they've reported quarterly results. So obviously,
I thought I've seen it intraday.
American Airlines, that means an upgrade for them. Upgraded to overweight from neutral with a price target of $29. That's up from $26. And actually points out it's more than just the international versus domestic travel trade. Also points out that it's 60% done in its efforts efforts to reduce its debt by $15 billion by 2025. That's ahead of expectations in that field. Yet the stock currently resides 35% below when its debt peaked in Q2 of 2021. Saying simply put, we no longer view American equity as trapped by its debt burden, and at current levels, the stock is too attractive to ignore, particularly during a time of significant international demand growth. That said, this analyst is only one of 4 buy ratings on the street. I should note this JP Morgan analyst also has overweight ratings already on some of the other big airlines.
We're just seeing some widespreads and
also actually Alaska Air. So meanwhile, bigger airlines controlling the high ground, according to JP Morgan, means downgrades for both Southwest and
we had a
Frontier.
$250,000 buy in there.
Neutral from overweight with a price target of $39, down from $64.
If someone wants shares, then it's going to drop. It's going to drive the price.
Frontier to neutral as well, cut its price target to $12, saying the margin relationship has currently
inverted. Which is what it should do.
This is not open to debate. Obviously, discount airlines for decades had higher margins, and the analyst pointing that that's no longer the case. Should note that he's underweight Spirit and JetBlue, 2 other discount airlines, so turning more cautious on Southwest and Frontier. Should note, though, Southwest up about 2% or 0.2% today, whereas Frontier is off about 0.5% today. American is up 4% today, so big winner there.
Yeah, Caroline, American's news is pretty good, right? Because American with a 5 PE doesn't have a lot of good news. Their balance sheet. So any news on improvement in American's balance sheet and their viability going forward is really good news for that stock. Southwest, you're just kicking a horse when it's down. I mean, how low can this stock go eventually? And it makes you realize how fragile
bunch of witchcraft, that price discovery.
And the consumers. Southwest used to be the darling for U.S. domestic travel, and now, you know, I'm a big fan of news flows. They can't get anything positive said about Southwest Airlines.
Coin's still grinding up.
What are they going to do? What can they do other than give free and very cheap
yeah, they're saying my funds won't move over until tomorrow, which kind of sucks.
To, it seems like, update their systems too, so they stop having some of those meltdowns. That seems like, based on what analysts have said, it's a problem that they've known they've had to address for quite some time.
I'm certain I've seen it happen like intraday.
That said, when you actually look at what this JP Morgan analyst thinks versus other analysts, I did note for American, he's only one of 4 buy ratings. So Wall Street's still very cautious on American. They're actually more split on Southwest, and that could be due to the fact, as you said, Southwest has gotten hit pretty hard. I was just taking a look, down about 11% year to date, whereas American, for example, is up 13%.
GME up 1.5.
Frontier actually is down more than 20%, so it's also gotten really hit pretty hard. Analysts on Wall Street more split on Southwest. I was taking a look. 10 buys, 10 holds, 1 sell, median price target of $39.
SMX, look at that bull flag,
currently trading about $10 less than that, as you can see here. So I think that there are definitely more analysts on the street that are, there are some that are bullish that they can get their act together, as you said, and turn it around. But this JP Morgan analyst, basically his point is that for decades, the discount carriers had the higher margins. They had better revenue trends, especially during economic downturns, and they were rewarded with higher valuations. That's why he says this margin story has inverted, and that's not up for debate. So pretty steadfast in his opinion. We'll have to see if we start to see other analysts change their tone, but especially for Southwest, very much split on that one.
Yeah, that American Airlines, I think a lot of that's based on, you know, the comeback that we're seeing in business travel and international is going to be key for a lot of these carriers moving forward. All right, thanks to Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the network, breaking down the story on the airline sector. But now let's bring in Alex Coffey, Senior Equities Contributor here on the network. Alex, I wanted to get your take here. CPI, PPI data due on Wednesday and Thursday. I think that's going to be the key, as Kevin mentioned before. Is that what you're focused on this week? We've got some Fed speak also.
I think on a macro standpoint, from economic releases, it's going to be the centerpiece of this week, and it's in the middle of the week, so that helps as well. But of course, CPI a little bit more market moving perhaps than PPI, especially since we get it first. We'll certainly be watching those, but I actually will be keeping my eye on, of course, the consumer sentiment report too. We'll get that preliminary data Friday morning. I'm interested to see here, are we starting to see at least perhaps from consumers a downtick in sentiment? We keep hearing about this recession. We keep hearing about the impact of interest rates. We keep hearing about inflation and all its impacts, but are those who are surveyed in this saying that they're impacted by it? They have in the past. They've sort of moderated. At times it's sort of ebbed and flows. But given that divergence between what the Fed is saying and what the market is saying, I want to see something attempt to bridge that gap to help us get an answer. CPI, PPI, consumer sentiment this week, combine that with the loan survey we're going to get as well, all of which will help provide clarity. Right now it's a 90% chance for a pause. Does that uptick, or do we start going back to a coin flip where we might even get more hikes?
Yeah, that's going to be definitely in the crosshairs of the markets today. But
yeah, Kevin, I don't know what the exchange is right now.
Alex mentioned the SLOOS report. I don't know. Today,
I went back long because it started to look like it was going to break. But
opinion survey that's going to be updated today at 1 o'clock Central Time. You add that to that, Kevin.
This has been on OTC. It's filled
data point. Consumer
gaps.
Credit, second biggest jump on record.
Price action wise,
last Friday afternoon,
still
it came out
bullish looking.
$26.5 billion getting added to consumer
flag.
credit.
I mean,
so that credit crunch or that credit tightening that's supposed
to,
I
can get more
impact
tomorrow
the economy
if it does fill that gap.
Clarity on that today.
I did buy back in what I sold this morning.
Yeah, with interest rates going up,
that's
probably a number that people should be paying more attention to.
Yeah.
Because if debt is rising, the economy slowing as interest rates are going higher, or at least they were up until last Wednesday, they were going higher. This is something that the overall U.S. trading market has to pay attention to. I'm not a big follower of that. I watch those numbers, but that's not the top. I really am focused this week on the number one inflation data point of the month, and that's CPI. And the fact, Tom, that if you look at the 4 measurements of inflation, so far we're about to get the third one on Wednesday. The last 2 have both been
7, but kind of bounced out of that level, which is good.
And Tom, here,
I want to see it hold.
I was just reading something that says
level from back here.
What happens, Tom?
So I was maybe doing that. This one still could be in a nice trend.
You've already seen. Housing, you can make a case about a third of CPI is housing. What if that starts to firm up and extend higher? There's a lot of things out there. There's a lot of reasons, and I think the market has just accepted, we're done raising interest rates. The next
coming
move is
down
lower,
a little bit.
When I just don't think that's the case.
Rival's still kind of grinding up, almost 20%.
He was going to be dependent on. That was one of his key statements.
HPCO
last week's
pulled back off.
Question and answer period. The data isn't coming in his direction, Tom.
And New York Fed on that report that came out today, Kevin, also said April expected home price gains jumped to 2.5%. So that's actually started to firm up as far as prices, which had been starting to trend lower off of those all-time highs that we saw in early 2022. So that's definitely one key to grasp a hold of. But one of the sectors, Alex, that it's been kind of overlooked, and it always seems to be the cybersecurity space. And Zscaler came out
balls on the dollar
preliminary announcement.
Or regional banks.
Report earnings until June 1st. That stock's jumping 21% today.
Not seen this
Fortinet,
ETF.
Another cybersecurity firm.
3 times leverage on regional
today.
banks.
That's up a couple percent. So there are pockets within the economy that are still doing well, but Zscaler's coming off of basically 52-week lows, so not surprising, maybe some short squeezes going on there. But this was, maybe them getting out ahead of their earnings and saying, hey, why is our stock this low? Our business is doing okay.
Yeah, I think this is where you have to be able to separate stock price performance from company performance. You're going to see times where stocks that make $0 are skyrocketing to all-time highs, and interest rates are lower, and there's this demand for this excessive growth. and you're going to see times where a company seemingly does everything right, but market conditions, the kind of things that are piquing the interest of investors.
Buying leaps. It's not a bad idea to get some time.
And you see it as an underperformer. So I see cybersecurity.
I don't know if it's too early, but
industry. It's only becoming more necessary. It's only becoming more.
What's the decay on that ETF?
Expenditures that companies have on a month-to-month basis.
Pretty bad.
But we're in a very different market today than we were in November and December of 2021, where these stocks hit their all-time highs.
So 18 levels.
In many ways, you're actually seeing companies that
BBBYQ
are
is holding
healthier
above
companies,
18.
but the valuation that they're demanding is far different because the market has different choices and different decisions to make.
There.
So I think it's interesting. Obviously, they did this wanting to get this good news out, as you said, to maybe stave off some of that bleeding. But it's got a long ways to go if it's ever going to sniff those all-time highs.
Yeah. Still down 37% from year ago.
SMX is like wants to break out soon.
Stock Zscaler, but Kevin, earnings aren't over. We've got actually quite a few
leverage
names
returns was only
reporting
10%
this
over
week.
year.
What are you focused on as far as corporate
they
results this week?
should be able to know the actual
PayPal
decay value on it.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to cover that with Portfolio. Tyson Foods already came out with earnings today.
I've looked at some of the decays on some of those leverage ETFs, and they're actually not that bad.
And chicken. I think that Airbnb.
It wasn't 99% a year. I think it was like
travel. That we're going to see. Obviously, Disney out Wednesday.
But I'm assuming they're all different.
I think Roblox is important. Wednesday morning, JD.com. Thursday morning. So the names are getting less in terms of volume, but we still have some good names to come out with. Wynn Resorts, Rivian, Oxy Petroleum. I think it'll be another good one. Warren Buffett talked a lot about that name this weekend at the Berkshire Hathaway meeting. So that'll be a double top NVIDIA. You like Trade Desk, that's coming out with earnings as well. So yeah, there's, like I said, the numbers are down slightly, but still some good names this week.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about one of them, Skyworks, later on in the show, which is an Apple supplier. Apple, getting that earnings beat last week, up 4.7% on Friday alone. Lumentum also reporting earnings. That's another Apple supplier. So we'll get some more clarity on some of those names too. Let's take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Western Digital, which has fallen about 43% from year-ago levels, into their quarterly report after the closing bell. Fast Markets coming right back.
I kind of cruise around on this channel. Not doing much. Twitter beats disabled workers lawsuit over layoffs. Over the last 6 weeks, the Fed's balance sheet has declined $230 billion. Yeah, I saw that chart actually. Not doing a too bad of a job of reducing their balance sheet. They had that huge pump from the banks failing and then bailing them out, which wasn't a bailout, I guess, but it was. And they've continued to drop it pretty quickly. That ain't bad. SoFi is up 5.8%. It's that little nice little bounce from the bottom there. Is BLCM? Well, recently viewed. SMX wanting to go. Also want to even pick up some shares of this. I think I might play it. It's up so much today, but how can you deny a bull flag like that? Saw this one moving on Friday also. It's too heavy into barbecue at that point. But I had that rip up into close. You know what this is? Yeah. Crazy. $17.30 is a nice support on there. I might try and pick up some there. I don't know if it'll come down that far, but the volume today is crazy. It's 30 million.
Western Digital, unfortunately, is playing defense here and trying to figure out how they're going to manage this situation in terms of inventory that's taking a lot longer than they initially thought. And so this is a key memory name, but a lot of those cost pressures, a lot of those inventory issues have not dissipated yet. So I think the bar is very, very low.
Also got a rival.
Report, option markets pricing at about
this one I think might have
move either way,
greater upside potential because it's
we have some elevated volatility in this name. How do you want to look at it from
more room to run?
Example trade?
Yeah, so I looked at this one from a neutral standpoint, but I think that when you look at it, there's certainly room for a surprise in either direction. But you talked about how low that bar is, how little confidence is in here. I think a lot of investors would look at this and kick themselves if a company that's expected to be struggles and then is basically sold off as a result. So I structured something here that is neutral. It'll benefit from a very limited reaction, sort of those counteracting forces of a low bar, but a company that's probably going to struggle to meet that low bar in many ways as well, but does not take any downside risk. You'll basically just give up the profits if it does sell off here. So looking at Western Digital selling an iron butterfly, what this really means is we're going to sell a straddle, we're going to buy some wings. But we're buying $2 wide SMX put wings and we're buying $4 wide call wings. So we're only theoretically taking upside risk here. If it's collecting $2, you're basically going to have break evens between 32 and 36 with the best case scenario to basically stay unchanged around 34. This is inside the move, but it's risk defined. So if you sold a straddle, it would probably be closer to getting that entire sort of priced in move captured.
Might be a good day for BBBYQ,
of course,
honestly.
Then you're going to have undefined risk to the upside and risk all the way down to zero. So there's always trade-offs in the options world, and especially in a situation where we eliminated risk in one direction. The trade-off is then you're going to need a little bit narrower window here to capture any profits. 34 is the best case scenario. If it does rally, however, you do take $200 in risk to the upside theoretically. $4 wide spread, net of that $2 credit, leaves $2 in risk, which of course we know means $200 in max loss. That's most likely to occur if these options are all
inverse head and shoulders here on top.
Upside, so above 38 by this Friday's expiration. That's another key point here too, Tom. This is a short-term trade. This is really around earnings. So of course we're going to have a few more days after the earnings that this could potentially move around. But with this Friday's expiration, if you get a substantial move one way or another, it's sort of binary, right? There's not a ton of time for it to recover into this range again, so that's something to think about as well.
Yeah, let's break this trade down here. Cav, I'll come to you in a minute. May 12th, the weekly series that expires this Friday in 4 days. You're buying the 32 strike put. you're buying the 38 strike call, and then you're selling the 34 strike call and put. So selling that straddle at the 34 strike,
9 cents.
buying the 32 put, 38 call. That's the
Nice.
short iron condor, sometimes referred to as the short iron butterfly because you have that same common strike. Collecting a $2 credit, that's what you can potentially make on this at or near that $34 level. Alex mentioned, Kev, here above 38, it's max loss of $2 on this spread. But give me your take here where he unbalanced it a little bit with maybe a little more edge to the downside. Below that 32 strike, it's basically a scratch.
Right, exactly. By collecting $2 on this iron butterfly, you have no downside risk, right? The worst it can do is go to $2 on the downside. So the risk really in this trade is to the upside. It's above 34 and heading towards $38. That's where $2 credit turns into a $4 and you would lose $2. But you're collecting theta, you're playing for the unmove, something that stays at or near $34. And what you're doing, you're selling for $2, you hope to buy it back for something less than $2, Tom. But risk defined, no downside risk if you sell it for $2 or more. And the risk, obviously, with the $4 spread on the upside is that $2. So risk defined, but the risk is $2 all on the upside, Tom.
Kevin mentioned on trade management on something like this, the goal is, if the market's open, liquidity is provided, that implied volatility will fall. The stock, if it does stay near that 34 level, and maybe this contracts to $1 or maybe 80 cents or something like that, that's when you start looking to maybe close the position if the market's open. Is that the key? Because pinning that 34 strike is a difficult task.
So let me preface this by saying I'm not suggesting a possible outcome.
My Pillow's got
I'm
voice?
going to use a potential outcome
a little bit.
to illustrate a point.
I hear what you're saying.
Oftentimes we get caught up, I think, in the dollars and cents of things. So let's say, for example, at some point this was trading for $1.50. Liquidity was out there. There was a secondary market, and you could buy this back for $1.50 or thereabouts. Not including transaction fees, that would be what? A $50 profit on every one of these, right? And so $50 is $50. But it's $50 on what was $200 in theoretical risk. So that's theoretically 25% return on your theoretical risk in a very short amount of time. So sometimes you have to think about things, I believe, in those terms. So it's a very short amount of time and potentially a sizable return on risk. That's not to say that this should be at any point a large portion of a portfolio. It's a trade, right? So this is one way to think about it, but typically a trade is a small percentage of your portfolio. You're taking a sizable risk on that percentage, and you're looking to return potentially a sizable return on that risk.
Barbecue heating
that
up.
Small overall percentage, but
or just barbecuing
things that way, and you may come to terms with what may on the surface look like a relatively small
a little volume
profit,
coming in here.
but in the grand scheme of the return on the risk could actually be a pretty sizable percentage.
Yeah, and you still have 4 days, so this stock definitely, if it does stay near that 34 level tomorrow after earnings, you know, who knows if it's going to stay there. So you might want to be a little bit more active as far as trade management. All right, thanks to Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the network, helping us break down markets and Western Digital. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for discussion on PayPal.
Stop looking at me, Swan. Oh, pumping. Rivals coming down. Yeah, I don't know, Wild Bill. That's my question. Is I don't know if we'll see that crazy move on OTC. Just the way the market mechanics work on here. I don't have enough experience watching stocks on OTC to know. The huge percentage, I think, at least that I've seen on OTC, have just been like super liquid and basically just gapping. So ones that are more liquid and trading, I don't know, maybe. I guess I don't know why it couldn't make huge moves. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. If we get over 50 cents, we might have a little game of squeeze going. Can't really add to it though, so it'd be a squeeze as such. But this is totally different. Whatever they've learned is, I don't think really applies here. They don't have the tricks. They don't have the high frequency trading. There's not payment for order flow. They don't really have use of the options. It's a totally different set of rules and regulations on OTC. So I think that's why we've been seeing natural price discovery. And hardly ever saw that on the other exchanges. I mean, they wouldn't allow this nice of TA. Like, that just doesn't happen. Some stocks it does, like whatever, highly liquid ones or ones that aren't as manipulated. But I mean, these bull flags and cups and handles and another bull flag, like, I don't think their tricks really work here. I think they can just short. Now, naked shorting, I don't know. Probably similar. Rodingers. Up 30%. Hate buying it up here. Same as the other stocks, but it's bull flagging so nice, like SMX is. One's up 60. Hard to deny it. I figured it was something. Some nerdy joke above my head. Fubo's at the highs there. Ravana's still going up 20% almost. GME came back down. See if it holds support above VWAP. 2061. Support. Hevel still grinding up. Didn't even make it to VWAP. UNS made a new high. Oh. UNS breaking that 1310. Got a gap fill up to 14. And not much resistance for this little 15 level. Still $2. They're supposed to do their flight into May. There's other companies on trading the OTC, Space Orbit or whatever. Got earnings tomorrow. Yeah. So my picks between these few, I like GNS, Arrival, SMX. Most. Given that it's a Monday, maybe they will keep running Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, and then either Thursday, Friday sell off. Barcoding
really create a very valuable portfolio of offerings for consumers that is now coming to fruition, and I think this is a company that executes really, really well. So if you have a long,
I mean, it's holding up this level really nice. Seems like it.
I think that this earnings report
wants to break to the upside, but we don't know which way it's going to break yet.
It could be a fantastic long-term opportunity.
Yeah, and Andy, I know you guys focus a lot on happiness. So you've got some competitors in this fintech space. You know, it seems like the moat is still growing, but growth has slowed a little bit. When you look at the happiness numbers, does that equate to maybe a positive earnings score on this company compared to maybe some of their competitors?
No, again, I think the consumer happiness levels, it shows us that PayPal is better than its peers.
MMAT's up 10%.
And 70% happy versus others at 65%.
This one actually looks pretty nice too.
Is really good, but
got a gap fill up to 38.
Going into this specific earnings report, you know, we are bearish on PayPal. We think that Block kind of paved the way for how this will go. We think the company will come out, report pretty good numbers from the first quarter because the first part of the first quarter was so strong. But now we've really seen pressure on the consumer start to take hold, and I think it's going to be tough for them to have an extremely positive outlook going forward.
All right, good stuff as always.
What was that sell-off
Andy,
from?
Appreciate the data. Have a great day.
Equity offering.
You too, thanks.
All right, that's Andy Swan, co-founder at Likefolio.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Here on PayPal. You know, Kev, we've seen that a lot lately. You know, maybe the economy is not as healthy as it could be for a company like PayPal that's in this ecosystem payments
space. Still moving up. It's over 20%.
But at the same time, you know, it's ingrained now
I like this one too. I don't like the chart quite as much, but
psyche and what we do on a daily basis
has historically moved.
So how do you want to look at this one from an example trade perspective?
Yeah, Tom, even with everything that happened in 2022 with inflation,
don't like Megal's chart.
13%. Their total payment volume grew during that period. So imagine
down so much.
Where they can get to if the economy starts to firm up here and things get a little less uncertain. So what I did, Tom, I just looked at, if you look at the chart, that 200-day moving average is up around $81, Tom, 81 and a half. So what I did the unbalanced butterfly, but I did a diagonal component to it, which means I went out to the May 26th expiration and bought the 75 call. Then I went to this week's expiration, May 12th, sold 2 of the 80 calls, 75.80 on, and then I bought 1 of the 82 calls. So I've got the 75.80, 82 unbalanced butterfly on, but there's a diagonal component to it, right? I'm long the May 26, 75, short everything else in the front expiration, Tom. So a little bit of upside. Hopefully you come out of this week just long the 75 call, Tom, with lots of different choices to make going forward.
Yeah, let's break this down. The option market's priced in about a plus or minus $5.50 move in either direction post earnings. So implied volatility is elevated, and this strategy is taking advantage of that near-term implied volatility. Kevin, so out in the May 26 weekly cycle, you're buying 1 of the 75 strike calls, and then in the near term against that, you're selling 2 of the May 12th weekly 80 strike calls that expires this Friday, and then buying 1 of the 82 strike calls in that same May 12th weekly series. Net debit around $2.20 on this one, Kev. Now, you've got $2.20 in risk with a break even about $73 here. You can see there from the risk profile at or near that $73 level. But you've got $220 in risk on this trade. Anything below that, maybe that $70 level is where you start to peak out on the losses on this one. But everything up to that 80 strike. So the goal on this strategy, Kev, is that the stock grinds up that 1 standard deviation move at or near the 80 strike, but you're still profitable above that 82 level. Kevin, on this one, just give me your final take and wrap up on this this particular trade, because you do have some assignment risk on those short 80 calls, the 2 lot that you sold against your long 75 and long 82 into expiration this Friday.
A little bit.
Yeah, if you get up towards $80, you've got to manage this trade, but it's a good problem to have, as you'll have some profits on the table to do that with. You're collecting a fair amount of theta, and this is, like I said, it's an unbalanced butterfly, but there's a calendar spread diagonal component to it where after this week goes off the board, you'll have the 75 call out 2 more weeks, Tom.
Yep. All right. Good look at that unbalanced call butterfly, but throwing a little bit of duration in that by buying the 75 strike call out in the May 26 weekly series. All right, Kev, take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Skyworks Solutions, which is up about 14% so far this year, ahead of their earnings after the closing bell. Fast Market's coming right back.
Twitter is purging accounts that have had no activity at all for several years. No, not all my accounts. Don't get rid of them. Jeff Brands is popping. Was ball to move before from Zip Trader pick. Actually played this one IPO. Popping off that support. Huh. Buy coming down here, breaking below VWAP. GME, man.
The ego on you.
Ace Ventura, thanks man, appreciate the gifted sub, gifted membership. I don't know who you're trying to snipe there, but SHF's how you're going for? Got him! Nailed him! Nailed it! That's hilarious. You gotta say who you're going for before you do it. That only makes sense, right? Estimated forecast for the barbecue? All days 30%. Yeah, I think Mr. Styles got a bit of a bag he's trying to unload on Megal. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, we should have some days that slow down and consolidate. We might get this gap fill this week, or we might be at $1 this week, or maybe both. This looks like a nice bull flag. We're not overbought. No signs of reversal on the hourly. Just that gap. Looks bullish, but could break down out of this bull flag. They don't always work out. 30% a day. Maybe. I mean, last week, what, on Thursday, we had like that 8% day. I think it rallied up 40% and then came down. Hey, Benedict. Babe Ruth, exactly. Call it out. Like Babe Ruth. Yeah, he would aim where he's going to hit, right? Exactly. No, I'm negative on it. I mean, I'm trading it back and forth, so I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, I would need to hold probably 70 or 80,000 shares up to $1 to get back break even on it. So I'm kind of doing that, but I'm trading it more actively. I've been somewhat day trading it, so if we get back up to $1, I'm optimistic I'll be back to at least break even. Profit to earnings is 2.56. What? 3 dead chickens. Jeez, that's a lot of sacrifice. So right when you start to notice a trend, does it change? Now it's going to be 50% a day.
Expected, and Skyworks got 58% of their revenue from Apple in 2022. What are you seeing here ahead of this report from Skyworks?
Well, I think there's always been some concerns about Skyworks because its key customer concentration concerns. I mean, Apple, as you mentioned, close to 60% of their sales. I mean, it's one of the leaders when it comes down to wireless, digital, and analog semiconductors that are used for connectivity solutions for things like Wi-Fi connections, 5G connections. But it's made a lot of inroads into other areas besides consumer electronics. For instance, we know it's in PCs and phones and gaming equipment, but also industrial equipment and Internet of Things connectivity, both at the household level, but also at the industrial level, including automotive areas of the industrial stack. But if you look at the earnings per share expectations, they're actually expected to be down about 22%. So this is a quarter in which they're not expecting too much growth on a year-over-year comparison. Looking around $2.01.
This looks like GME price action that we've had for like
for the same quarter last year.
Almost a year.
Are expected to be very modest and down about 14% on a year-over-year basis to 1.15 billion. So it looks like the expectations for Skyworks are considerably lower than last year. But I may be interesting to see what's going on with their concentration risk associated with Apple, because as you mentioned, close to 6% of their sales or that one customer. And that's not just the iPhone. We know that iPhone sales were actually quite a bit higher than estimates.
Yeah, it's a great time to average down for sure.
A lot of folks when Apple reported last week.
The momentum shifted.
Really,
you know, we'll have intraday, intra-week volatility, but I think the momentum shifted to the upside. So
which all use some form of
average down.
Technology.
Averaging down some today, tomorrow, a few times this week.
Yeah, George,
but there's a lot of
catalysts
that are lingering around that can send this thing
a lot of people are fearful
crazy.
Of that relationship, right? But they actually have a very good relationship.
Maybe some to the downside.
Tom already mentioned 58%
for sure some to the downside.
Skyworks revenue comes
some to the upside too.
And they handle a lot of
like it could
things in terms
also
of their
just
smartphones.
Kind of go suspended one day on news and then
for growth there, George, isn't there? Because they
open back up at a crazy price.
Of the headsets for Meta, and if Apple's going to get into AR and VR,
there's a
grow
stopwatch on this thing. There's a time bomb. I don't know, ticking clock.
Such a big player
I feel like on it.
Correct?
We've got all these different dates with the Chapter 11.
Absolutely, they are. I mean, if you think about this, I mean, the exposure that the company has to Apple may not necessarily be a bad thing. I think if you look at the long-standing history and relationship that they've had,
the decider on this play, I feel like will be
a decade. So for Apple to switch completely to a different provider, it would take a lot.
It's just how high can we get before that
still some
comes to
risk
play.
Because of the concentration of Apple being a large customer, but at the same time,
try not to
there's
hold
the
through
horizontals that are effectively a growth avenue for
volatile
Skyworks,
news
which
event.
Includes, of course, things that you mentioned like headsets across different technology-based companies, whether it's Google or Meta platforms and so forth. But I think at the end of the day, the automotive space is an area where Skyworks has emphasized growth. I think the industrial
Joe Rogan said $1 billion share
of the cyclical components in that area are also growth
lacking
areas.
Of nourishment, though.
Again, consumer electronics are very fickle.
Sustenance, probably weak.
Refresh rates when it comes down to new product cycles are also something that people
malnourishment
try to
basement.
avoid at all costs when it comes down to buying the next greatest and best product. But I think at the end of the day, if you look at the valuation as well for Skyworks,
probably not thinking clearly.
It's trading around 11 times forward earnings, where historically it's around 15 times on a 5-year average. The company's still very profitable. It's just not growing very fast, especially considering that last year that EBITDA growth was around 1%, but on a forward basis, they're expecting 4%. So I think this quarter will be interesting to see whether or not it starts to play catch up with Apple, because again, if you look at Apple on a year-to-date basis, that stock is up nearly 40%. It's pretty remarkable, but Skyworks is only up by about 14%. And they usually move in tandem with each other But Apple this last year has really outpaced Skyworks to a large degree.
Yeah, I know they're trying to pivot more to premium Android, also kind of trying to widen out their moat a little bit as far as the RF integration that this company does. All right, great stuff, George. Appreciate it. That's George Tillis breaking down Skyworks ahead of earnings. Kev, just give me your quick take here on Skyworks. You know, the reliance on Apple. Apple's earnings better than forecast, and they're in every Apple product, from the watch to the iPads to the phones.
Yeah, being linked to Apple, what better company would you like to be linked to than Apple, and with opportunities to even grow through Apple? So Apple's beat on earnings, Apple's beat on iPhone sales, that can only be good for Skyworks. And you can see the stock, after drifting lower into the earnings, got a nice pop there, Tom.
Yeah, it did pop on Friday with Apple, popping a little bit today, up 0.75%. Kev, but I looked at this based on that, maybe that Apple earnings for an example trade where Apple outperformed. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of a move higher. So I looked in the call diagonal family here, Kev, giving myself a little bit of duration, but taking advantage of that higher implied volatility in the near-term options. So going out to the June cycle, buying a strike that's in the money by about $5. So the 100 strike, that reacts more like the stock. It's got the higher delta, right? And then against that, you're buying on aggregate about a 39% implied volatility in that June cycle by buying
pretty strong bounce out of that
call.
$28 range.
In the near term, the May 19th, so 11 days till expiration, sell the 110 strike call. That's got about a 51% aggregate volatility on that. So a $10 wide call diagonal. You're paying roughly about a 640 debit we've got up there. Maybe trading about 650 right now. But if you pay a 640 debit, there's your risk, $640 per spread. Break even's just below the 104 level. Everything above that most likely will be profitability, Kev. But $10 wide, Kev, you're only paying 640. So anything above that, you want the stock to go towards 110. That's about that one standard deviation move that the option market's priced in, about $5.40 either way post results. But Kev, give me your take here on the call diagonal instead of maybe buying the shares or buying a vertical that might cost you more.
39 days, Tom, until June expiration is how long you've got in terms of duration.
Yeah, maybe you haven't heard it. Ace, it's the same thing I've been saying. I think it's lack of high frequency trading.
As quickly. You don't have to
not nearly as many dark pools or internalization.
Towards $110, but this one, it's
no payment for order flow as far as I know. So you're taking out all of these tools they use to manipulate the price. And so to me it looks like it's natural price discovery where supply and demand dictate what the price should be. Is what the stock market's supposed to be. That's why I think it's doing well in OTC.
Don't be scared away because of the duration. You're going to pay a little more. So if you want less, move that long.
Yeah, but you tell it to someone, they're going to say, what? OTC is so sketchy. It's less regulated.
Gives you plenty of duration
but I don't know.
To play this over the next, what's that, 5.5 weeks?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and
I think it's
as you mentioned,
I think it has less tools.
Trade, as you get closer to expiration,
not really an option market to speak of.
To roll or adjust that
at least
short
it's not really traded. That's another tool they use. It's just like, it's much more raw and organic,
option,
like
this is definitely
trading
a
stocks.
Play here in Skyworks as an example. If you think this stock's going to move higher post earnings over the next 39 days, but
yeah,
real quick
I mean,
here on the markets,
we did. We dropped 40% first day on OTC.
CPI data, but we've got a lot of earnings.
We were expecting that too. That's what other stocks do on OTC, and a lot of stocks die on OTC. But I don't think that's because of Prime necessarily. I think they basically turn off the buy button. That's what OTC does. And there are reasons they're there. I mean, a lot of them are in. They're sketchy. They're not. They're not legitimate enough to be able to uphold the standards of the regulations of the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, whatever. So
we got that SLOOS report also
naturally they're going to be
1 Central Time. That might give us some
sketchy
indication because
in that regard, like fundamentally.
Did mention that
but as far as price action
presser that he had last week. So we'll focus on that this afternoon. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
I want some more cash good puts on Silvergate. I'll look at the scanners for what has high IV right now. AcWest, I think the put I actually bought has the highest IV stock market right now. So PACW, VRM, Wall. Does Vroom actually have that high? Things are tomorrow. AMC always has a high IV. Is that a nice climb up though? Back up to $6. What was that show get yelled at? That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I would go on more. He streams like when I'm going to bed. I go to sleep listening to it. So I wake up with all these crazy ideas of DD and then guys with shirts off yelling and like, what actually happened last night? It's crazy speculation about tweets. I don't know if I dreamed it or researched it. I don't have like anything to add. I just like to go and listen, basically. I don't look into all the crazy speculation that they do, of course. I did have something to add the other day when William came on, though. I think some of the stuff he said, like, I agree with him, but I think he's a little misled on some stuff. So. €2? Dang. The big average down. I know, they're investigating you. €2, so we come down a little closer to that point. €2 is, well, is a euro less than $1 right now? Or is it still pretty close? Or is it over? Yeah, so that's kind of my thing with barbecue right now, is how high of a bounce, kind of from this overreaction of shorting for the last 3 months or whatever, how high of a bounce do we get just from that without any catalyst, without any news? Because there are some hard deadlines that are coming up with the bankruptcy, and I mean, we're gonna kind of know. I feel like at some point in the next 30, maybe 60 days, what's gonna come of this company and what the value of our shares will be, or could potentially be. So, and those are just deadlines. We could get that news catalyst, I feel like, at any time. I mean, Friday, like that filing on Friday, that might have been a huge deal. I looked into it and it seemed kind of crazy. I don't know if that's normal for, I assume it's normal for a bankruptcy proceeding to show shareholders like that, but maybe it's not. And I don't know what they were implying by dropping that. Maybe we're not implying anything, but maybe there was. If it was like crazy what it was implying and it was intentional, I feel like today the price action would be much more bullish. I think we'd probably be in some sort of OTC short squeeze. No, a lot of our names are on there. I think those are just shares held with AST maybe. Because I was just Seed & Co, which is what's the crazy like thing about it, that they had 750 million or whatever, and it's not even. That's not institutions, that's not funds, I think that was just AST. Maybe, I can't remember exactly, but I think it was AST and I don't know. But I know, yeah, I know it wasn't everybody. Barbecue, or are we barbacoing? Like it's moving up a little bit. We have 1880 or so for resistance. BB Discord. Yeah, 1.5 million is not a whole lot. Not when it's at 18 cents. Given those guys probably have cost basis closer to $1 or $2. Barbecue moving up. %. See if it breaks out this time. Well, let's see, that's at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock margin calls.
435 million.
Circa GME days.
Will also be looking for any comments regarding their progress in identifying a new CEO after announcing that
got Jenny on here too. That's what's making it rally.
At the end of this year. Plus, another aspect of PayPal that is always very interesting to investors is its buy now, pay later.
She's got her smart glasses on, man. We rip it.
We've seen increased competition. One of those competitors being Apple in the current quarter. So any sort of guidance on how they're able to fare that saturated buy now, pay later market, which has been, Alex, somewhat disappointing. When you look at a firm, I think it speaks to that disappointment.
Yeah, it seems as though the bar is set pretty low for this report.
No, not show you the money. Show me the money.
And if they do, where does the stock go from there? You mentioned some of the key metrics to keep our eyes on. So to me, this is a no-brainer upvote. This is, of course, a stock that saw so much attention on its giant run-up during the pandemic and post-pandemic periods.
Look how much happier Alex is with his co-host back.
Just last year and into this one. It needs to get up off the mat and start a recovery here for the bulls, for them not to lose.
How was she able to wear blue?
Essentially,
I guess it's probably a green screen.
Moving stock for
on a blue screen.
6 months.
It hasn't actually, of these four names we're discussing off the top of the show, it's the worst performer on a year-to-date basis. It's only up about 6.5%. It is higher, at least on a year-to-date basis, but it's definitely making the smallest move of the bunch. Our next name is also not really making that impressive of a move when you compare it to its peers. That's Western Digital here. Shares up higher today, just over 1%, now up 8% on the year. Zacks is estimating a loss of $155 per share. Compare that to the earnings it reported of $165 per share a year ago. We're also seeing
ERVN is halted.
Expected to be pegged around $2.76 billion, indicating a decline of about 37% on a year-over-year basis. Now, the company has surpassed Zacks estimates in 2 of the last 4 quarters, while missing twice. So sort of a mixed picture now into this earnings event. Their fiscal third quarter performance is expected to have been benefited by or affected by this weakening consumer demand owing to some
it's been
global
barbacoating all day,
as well as rising inflation.
Crazy.
And apart from
held up, hasn't dropped lower. I mean, had that like wedge this morning. It broke out to the downside of that, but held up a level now. It's just
some fallout
forming this
COVID-19,
bar or bull flag
reach into some of the
on the hourly. So we'll see if it confirms. I think we'll see 23.36 next.
To have weighed now on still its third quarter.
If it fails, I think we'll probably get a gap fill.
So, well, we did see some signs from actually Intel that PC market was improving, Alex.
Coming up here and testing this high level,
echoed from another
1880 or so,
which would then make the case, frankly, even more strong. But we know that
barcodes back at VWAP.
An even playing field among
it's a good sign. Yeah, it's bullish for sure.
Semiconductor-specific names.
Yeah,
I don't like to leave gaps, but
you know,
I'm not controlling it.
The outlook. You mentioned the inventory overhang. Still the story. We're going to see how well they manage that.
Thanks, Benedict. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Make sure to subscribe before you leave. Hit the notification bell so you get notified. We have a Discord too if you want to jump on there. It's free.
We'll see how this quarter shaped up. To me, there's going to put
constant
pressure on them.
It's 1 o'clock. What happened after EU closed? Nothing.
Jenny, if you got a ton of a product ready, you aren't being able to sell it. So despite the fact that you may see, price reductions and things like that, you're not really incentivized to crank out more of those either.
Yeah.
So you start underutilizing your production capacity as well, which of course increases oftentimes the cost per creating each one of those units. So they have sort of
market's kind of waiting on CPI on Wednesday.
Working together, really
maybe little rallies, but I don't think it's going to go crazy.
Lasted a lot longer than
last 2 days was crazy just because it was bouncing from such a low level. The rumors became true, so market likes to know what's happening, and that caused the rally too. And we're kind of pricing in a pause. Next FOMC.
Fallen out of the headlines, I would say, Jenny. It's not one,
but it'll probably depend on CPI.
And it's a pretty small price tag here per share.
Right, I was going to say it probably has something to do with the fact that now we're only trading at around $7.50 a share. Shares are down almost 3% today. And frankly, shareholders have endured a lot lately.
Yeah, on Friday after close, there was a huge filing drop of shareholders. So you can find that on our Discord, Daniel. That's the best way to get caught up.
Price tag than most of its peers. Investors are expecting
but basically, the bankruptcy court, remember how the judge wanted a list of shareholders. Is it under 4.5%, over 4.5%? Under. I don't know if that's what that list was, but it was a list showing over 700 million shares. People. It was like 750 million shares, and I think they were just directly registered shares or something, because no one I know is on that list.
Projecting between 20 and 22,000 at the time.
So
we've seen shares off really in
potentially that is
expectations have been lowered
documentation in writing of.
What's more though is that vehicle reservations came in around 28,000,
a bunch of illegal
down from the 34,000
making shorts.
Reported its third quarter numbers back in 2022. So this disappointment has
we're seeing the float or a share count. It's over the float by a significant margin. Oh, there's a pop on barbecue.
So I think that
oh yeah,
right now,
33%, 1886. This is kind of that breakout level. We'll see.
As we know from some of these EVs, they can still stand to go lower. So I think be prepared.
Does Judge back say? I don't know. I don't know, and it's crazy that we even are tracking that. But yeah, it might be.
Upwards very quickly, down
the next kind of rejected. The next
yeah, this is a situation where it's,
I had it up here. Did I close that tab?
Right?
I had the next bankruptcy.
And so with
court
that,
date.
you gotta continue to show the growth.
I don't think it's for
show
another couple weeks though.
So that shareholders are incentivized for something down the line. That potential pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That was just all DRS. Yeah, that's kind of what I was reading. I wasn't able to confirm that with anything on the writing, but that's just what I've seen also.
The stock has drifted to the sub
413.50 for a day.
Just off lifetime lows, which I believe are about $6.
Oh, back to just a double top here.
Kind of a stone's throw of those.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because it's such a low price tag now on a per share basis, Jenny, this takes off so many of the
kind
strategies.
Of just consolidating though.
The table here, it much more becomes a very speculative directional type trading
vehicle. It's 16th.
And so for that, and other reasons I'm going to say down
on it.
Another reason is that.
So yeah, we'll try and listen to that one again. Maybe watch it.
A little bit more interesting. I know it's not as exciting of an industry because it's not making some cutting edge new car, but this is a really, really important Apple supplier, and we just
right, Daniel. No, that's what I'm saying. This is basically what Superstock has wanted for years for GME.
Does that spill over to Skyward?
I know, and I'm very curious.
OTC. It was here all along.
Qualcomm type reaction to their earnings or an Apple type reaction, because this name is
exposed bouncing up there above VWAP now.
So unlike Western Digital, that's
wife loves barbecue.
PC market, Skyworks is more mobile devices, but we are expecting
next resistance level. I have it at
around 1.15
23 cents, I think.
Suggesting a 14% drop on
Yeah,
a year-over-year
23.36,
The consensus mark
which
for
is kind of the
earnings
high
has
from
dropped
back
by
here,
about
but more
a penny over the
importantly,
last
this
30
support
days
right
to
here.
about $2.01 per share,
So,
suggesting a
kinda see that.
23.5% decline.
After that, we've got that gap up to 30 cents, which is also a resistance. So I think we definitely could be there this week and fill that gap.
Has been driven by this growing need for high-speed connectivity.
I mean, the momentum's been crazy since we've been on OTC.
For hybrid work environments, as well as video streaming and web-based learning trends. Moreover, we are seeing some momentum for its bulk acoustic wave filters, particularly in mobile and broad markets, which is also seen
Doesn't want to break out though.
going into this upcoming report. However, shrinking demands for smartphones is one overwhelming headwind I read from analysts that they are expecting to see in this upcoming quarter. So I would say
413, got what, 414.21, kind of a soft level, but got that gap up at 415 on the SPY,
or if we can see any sort of lift
which
following that really strong report from Apple on Friday.
may come on Wednesday for CPI. Might see some big
of the iPhone, right? So if
big
Apple's
moves.
now actually selling those iPhones like they just reported for the quarter, more so, you would think you have to go back
candles
a few
closed high of the day.
those were actually in production for those purchases.
High of the day was
to
1969.
really influence a name like Skyworks. So that's why I think it's going to be interesting going forward here. But 65% or thereabouts
you're talking close.
of this company's revenue is derived.
Looking for any little glimmer as you can.
Talking about true
Closed at the high of the day. That is true.
As Apple goes,
a little bounce here on SPY.
As Skyworks goes in terms of general trajectory and optimism around that business.
It looked like repeating Friday's kind of ABCD thing going. Then it started chopping around VWAP.
A little bit of some read through as well.
That still could be kind of a bull flag type deal.
Yeah, I think that its exposure to Apple speaks to its outperformance this year, at least relatively speaking. It's up about 15% for the year, so it's not seeing a crazy move higher, but it's been more resilient in this tech space. We'll be looking at our example trades as well as some technical levels of both
GenI,
being PayPal as well as Skyworks. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
SPY popping. Some GME move, yes. Don't even need to watch GME. Just watch less SPY. Barbecue not wanting to break out yet. It's too early. It's only 1:15. Needs to wait till like 2:30. That is pretty crackhead. Certainly is pretty crackhead looking there. It's like the 10-minute candle closed the high. Like, what the heck are you talking about? But yeah, it's a close of the candle. Yep, it's been a nice routine, although we've always filled the gap, so that's my concern here is this still needs to get filled. It still could happen today too. I don't think that's off the table at all. But I think the trend will continue the rest of the week still, regardless. We're not seeing any news on that shareholder account. No media's picked that up so far. Just the gap left from close to open. So if the stock closed at $1 and then opens the next day at $1.50, there's a gap from $1 up to $1.50, and stocks usually like to fill the gap. So filling it during the intraday If you look on my chart here, I have Webull automatically highlighting them, so it's this gray shaded area. They closed Friday here, and then we opened Monday here. So this is all gap. It filled. I'm moving up here. Jenai.
As we go into this earnings event, because it looks just sort of stuck right now.
Yeah, not a lot of progress here, but actually kind of an interesting chart because to me,
thanks guys for your likes. We got 40 thumbs up today. Well done. 115. Barbecue's up 30%. 1843.
Multiple times here.
Had a bit of a gap and go today.
Here. But then we also have a shorter term trend line here, starting from around when we had our past earnings event. This white dash
Rivals looking good, 24%. Ubo 22.
So, descending triangle, as the name sounds, is typically regarded as being
kind of breaking out here a little bit, maybe.
Here. But really, it can go either way. What you'd be looking for would be a break beyond either the upper trend line or the horizontal support level that you can see here around the 71 level. And this is another area where price has bottomed out and topped out multiple times during this past year. So a lot of support and resistance to consider when you're analyzing this name here. So let's clean up the chart a little bit and look at some more of the specifics of it. You could also argue that we've been within a range between about 71 to 78, the green line and the red line here. So we have kind of these two competing patterns here. Things in the very short term are also looking perhaps a little bit more promising than they have recently. Within the past few trading days, we've broken above our yellow 21-day and orange 63-day exponential moving averages, as well as our volume profile point of control, this thick red line here that denotes the area of heaviest trading. So we have broken above some sources of resistance here. It's looking like we're on pace to close above them as well here. So the next step would be to get above our shorter term downward sloping trend line that's coming in around the 7650 or so. Around that point would be probably an area to watch. The shorter term moving averages are also starting to trend upward. Now, be careful with making jumping to conclusions based on that. These are very early indications of trend change, but we are seeing that the two shorter term moving averages are starting to slope upward, so that could be a sign to keep an eye out for some trend change. RSI reflecting that the stock has been kind of just bouncing around here, not really making much progress in either direction. So we're seeing RSI just moving around the 50 midline there. Look for some kind of compelling breakout in RSI above old highs to help confirm an upward price move, or below it for a downward price move here. So that's something else to consider as you trade this name.
And looking at $78 to the upside here, and Rick, we are getting a nice 1.5% move higher today despite the overall market weakness, so I guess we'll consider that here. But now, Alex, from trading this name, leaning then more neutral to bullish, even though momentum isn't really indicating any direction, like Rick pointed out. Say you were looking at PayPal and you were just hoping for any sort of enthusiasm around this report, given its weakness into its first quarter numbers.
I think that's just right. I mean, we've also seen this stock not perform the same way we've seen many of its peers within tech bounce back this year. This stock is sort of meandering sideways, and so for those who are looking for that trend shift, as Rick has alluded, there's some signs to indicate we could be in the early parts of that. But what I heard is this stock is still in the prove it phase, and so with that, I didn't look at something that was just outright bullish, but rather neutral to bullish, looking for either a continuation of this sideways trend or perhaps a shift to the upside in this particular name. What we looked at was selling a put vertical below the market. This is, again, not going out to just this Friday's expiration. Actually went out to the May monthly, so about 2 weeks from now. And so we're selling the 72.67 put vertical for this trade illustration. If it collects a $1 credit, the break even would then be 71, and the risk would be $400 on a $100 max possible profit. As we take a look here at the risk profile, what you're going to see is really if this stock is able to maintain a value over the next week and some change above 72, that is the best case scenario, because that's the most likely chance we would have if we were in this type of trade for these options to expire worthless, which is of course what you'd be hoping would happen, as you then would keep and capture that credit that was received when placing the trade. However, there is risk. That risk is to the downside. If the stock does crater below 67, it is exposed for $400. So 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio, pretty good indication of its high probability nature of success. But it does have risk, and again, that risk is capped at $400 taking place below 67, assuming that if these options were in the money, Jenny, they would go through assignment and exercise.
And now just switch gears here and look at Skyworks, which is making a more modest move higher today, but has seen more outsized strength, at least on the year, up about 15% since the start of 2023. And Rick, when looking at this name, Alex mentioned that it drives about 65% of its overall revenue from Apple. So you'd think we'd be excited about this report, but then I'd also say it's fair to look at this name with a little bit of skepticism, just considering the fact that Apple saw such a strong move in reaction to its earnings. It seems like now we've already seen that strength play through with Skyworks. So walk us through what you're thinking.
These ones?
Well, once again, a bit of a mixed read on this one, looking at the overall picture. We can see that we've been in a downward channel since we hit these yearly highs near 123, 124
I think it's just
and we're down
for
about
looks. I'm not sure.
Wait,
some are hollow.
Point. We had
I don't know, actually. I can't remember.
Because
these are hollow.
21-day EMA back here, but since then we've
I remember. I want to look it up though, because I'm curious.
Fitting pretty cleanly within these two downward sloping trend lines here. One going across the high and
never heard him called that.
Extrapolated across the lows. That can be a good way to help gauge where you might find some support based on the price history here. So looking more closely, we can see our 3 moving averages that we follow. They're all trending downward, sloping downward here. The faster moving ones are below the slower moving ones, and they're diverging apart from each other. So that suggests that this downward trend that we've been in is not easing up at all. In fact, it could be intensifying at this point. However, we also saw a couple things that I viewed as being more positive for the bulls. We can see here this green line near 100. That's about where we bottomed out back here, and we held on above those lows recently. We also did not make a new closing low beyond our previous low from a couple weeks ago. Last week, we did not make a new closing low below our low.
Yeah, so if it's hollow, it's a bullish candle.
We're improving a little bit here in terms of the trend. However, we also failed to take out the 106 level last week here.
Because these are red candles, but they're hollow.
And that's
so if they weren't hollow, they're green.
A source of resistance now that we're below it. It did look like we were perhaps going to squeeze our way above it, but we were stopped short at the yellow 21-day exponential moving average on Wednesday last week. So perhaps regrouping here, getting ready to make another run above that 106 level. RSI is also modestly improving here. We were in the oversold area just fairly recently. We did not cross below that boundary once more during our lows from last week. So another sort of positive sign for the bullish crowd here. In terms of areas to watch, 100 to the downside.
Oh, you're talking about these?
To the upside. If we do
the Heiken Ashi?
Look to the 21.
It basically just smooths out all the price action, so it fills in the gap between the close and the open, I believe.
Would consider that $100 level to the downside that you pointed out.
So there's like no gaps.
Appreciate all the technical insight, Rick Ducat, our chart master. So Alex, when trading this name again, looking at a more neutral to bullish strategy, considering the fact that we are already at the higher end of the range that Rick just outlined from 100 to 106. But market is pricing in a $5 move.
Or no, it's an average. Is that what it is?
See outsized moves like we're seeing.
Yeah, it's an average bar. That's what it is.
For example.
No doubt, that's always a risk in investing, that you're going to have something unexpected happen, particularly around earnings when we are getting material information released. So that's a great call out.
So it maybe give you a little better idea on the trend.
I feel like the general
it's giving you the average.
Is that people are optimistic about this name. We just heard from its primary customer a voice of strength.
Here's the math formula, Ace.
You can see how
such a math whiz.
That cautious optimism spilling over into a name like Skyworks. So I'm speaking with this trade illustration to that sentiment. Bear in mind, it is, as you mentioned, up on that upper bound of its recent trading range, but it has generally been trending lower, so keep that in mind as well. Let's look at the trade illustration, though. We're just simply going back to the well. We're looking at selling a put vertical below the market. This is a commonly used strategy, particularly around earnings, for those who want to do something in the risk-defined option spread family. It's a premium selling strategy.
So there are a few differences to note between the two types of charts.
Also seeking to have a relatively high probability of success.
Heikin Ashi and normal ones.
Is going to be at a price that's below the current.
Heikin Ashi has a smoother look because it is essentially taking an average of the movement. There's a tendency with Heikin Ashi for the candles to stay red during a downtrend and green during an uptrend, whereas normal candlesticks alternate color even if the price is moving dominantly in one direction. The price scale is also of note. The current price shown on a normal candlestick chart will also be the current price of the asset. That matches the closing price of the candlestick, or the current price if the bar hasn't closed. Because Heikin Ashi is taking an average, the current price on the candle may not match the price at which the market is actually trading. For this reason, many charting platforms show two prices on the y-axis, one for the calculation of the Heikin Ashi and another for the current price of the asset.
That market maker move relative to the current share price, so bear that in mind as well. Anything above 100, assuming these options would expire worthless if they are out of the money, you would simply keep that credit that you receive, not accounting for the transaction fee, so that's your max profit. If the stock does crater, it does breach those strikes and falls below.
Yeah, it is a pretty chart today.
These options would likely be assigned and exercised. If that was the case, that's your max loss scenario.
Failed calculus 3.
And of course, two different ways to look at two trades that are, or two stocks that are reporting today after the closing bell. Two neutral to bullish strategies here. But
Mosmas, you haven't bought back in?
Keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transactions.
What are you waiting for? We gotta win.
And carrying option positions in
we got a game tomorrow.
Risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment.
Now, yeah, nice bull flag here. It could fail, but looking good so far.
22%, and we're seeing some nice guidance now from Zscaler moving forward. We'll dive more into that story coming up next.
Even if you couldn't trade OTC on your brokerage, I think a vast majority could have still held your position and could have just closed it. I saw a couple people reporting that their brokerages were going to liquidate them. But that's the same as you closing, so might as well just held for that. And that's the other one saying that they were going to get liquidated by a certain time, like, or a date, like this day we're going to close out your position. So you would have had a heads up there also. So to say if you'd known that, you would have held. I mean, I don't know. I closed because I thought we were going to drop and keep dropping. We dropped, which was predicted, but we just ripped right out of it. So I bought back in. But probably, let's see, probably would have done better. No, I bought back in about where I sold, actually. Well, no, because actually I bought back in then an extended hours before. Yeah, did a little overtrading. You guys can't think of it as a mistake. If you closed to practice good risk management because you thought it was going to drop, even if it didn't do what you thought, you did the right thing. Like, that's what risk management is. To do it even if you're wrong in the end. Because odds are you would have been right. And you were right. It dropped 40%. Don't forget. You dropped. This was OTC day. That's 36, but shorter time frames it was like 40. Anyways, I don't. That's just like, to me, I get that out of my head. Like, I'm practicing good risk management. even if I lose on a trade, I'm happy with myself for that. Always. Gotta be.
Transactions that were backlogged because of this particular issue here. Binance did make a statement saying that they are replacing the pending Bitcoin withdrawal transactions with a higher fee, so they are able to get the mining pool's interest in order to process the transaction, and they're also going to readjust their fees moving forward depending on the size of the transaction that has to take place. One thing to note here, Jenny, right now, if you actually look at the trading volume or the trading activity on these exchanges, Binance right now accounts for about 7.5 or has 7.5 times more transaction volume than Coinbase at this point. So it does appear that this withdrawal actually did take place on their system or on their platform, if you will. And that's why we saw this kind of tumbling in Bitcoin. Not only could they not withdraw, but we also had a sizable trade that took place as well, which has this a little bit of a domino effect to the downside. So we are seeing Bitcoin as well as some other crypto assets down in the session at this point in time. But everything does sound like it's up and running for Binance and shouldn't have any more issues related to this particular matter moving forward.
So Kevin, I'm curious your thoughts on the relationship between the crypto market as a whole and relative to some of the big banks, because we saw when we initially saw that collapse of SVB, you know, that seemed to be this thought that this was seen as a safe haven, the crypto space and Bitcoin specifically. But does this narrative now put any cracks in that? Because I have to say that with Bitcoin's rally almost 75% year to date, you did see that strength with the banking fallout. But is that necessarily the right narrative to be following?
I don't believe so. I mean, at the end of the day, when we talk about Bitcoin, I know there's a lot of enthusiasts out there that say that the reason why we should have this decentralized currency or any other decentralized currency is because the flexibility of being able to make payments. But at the end of the day, those that are receiving Bitcoin or
Fubo's kind of breaking out here.
Cryptocurrency will still have to
25%, 1842.
No matter if it's the US dollar,
got resistance for it at
the
2020.
yuan, the yen, what have you.
Rival
so
also new high there
on the central banking system, Jenny. So I think
I want these, but
it's nice.
I'll just be a day trade.
Technology standpoint, yes, you have maybe some utility, but at the end of the day, you're still going to have the same type of macroeconomic forces, bank forces that are in place that could still limit the
DNS rejecting that resistance back to VWAP.
The goal that a lot of enthusiasts have at this point in time with the current technology.
Hanging out at the high.
Yeah, especially I would say with the transactions being halted, the platform being
Megal
down,
dumping
I think
below VWAP.
Nothing is completely deregulated at this point. So that is sort of the hope, the argument that this is a safe haven. But anything that can move in this massive of swings, I'd say, isn't necessarily a safe haven to me. But we'll leave it there. Appreciate all the insight, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now I'd like to bring back in Alex, and it's time for FOMO. We are looking at Zscaler today, Alex, and I honestly associate this move with an earnings report, but that was not exactly what we had today. We are seeing shares up 22% as they did raise their guidance now for the third quarter as well as their fiscal year. So it keeps throwing me off because I keep thinking they had an earnings event this morning, and that's why we're seeing such an outsized move higher. But no, this is all things looking forward here.
I kind of see this as a combination of the two. And the reason I say that, Jenny, is they reported essentially a preliminary reading of how this current quarter is going to go. So it's sort of like an early release of those results. But they also hiked that, of course, forward-looking outlook for the entire year as well. So we've talked about this before.
It's so difficult on the back end.
Early release. The company's sort of showing
actually
their
open up the stream, I think,
while they're still in the hand, indicating that strength.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
The other way, where the company's got some weakness they know about, they'd rather get out ahead of it as opposed to waiting. But this is a situation where they hike their reported preliminary revenue
Quit flexing.
Of 415 to 419. It's way above the current guidance they provided. They're telling you this is going to fall in this range. So they, in a way, have told us, I would say, what those earnings are going to be. Yeah, there's still room for an ebb of flow, to the bottom end.
Getting back to this little high, so if it's triple topping here, that keeps rallying.
These numbers to actually be when we
CJ still on your calls, you're closing them out here.
I think is completely why we're seeing
Barbecue moving back down to VWAP.
The market does not like
it also triple topped here.
We have now a more specific range for their upcoming report. I do think is usually seen as a positive by the street, especially considering it was higher than they had previously expected. Now their third quarter revenue is expected to be in the range of about 415 to 419 million. versus the prior guidance, which called for revenue of about $396 to $398 million. They do also expect now their adjusted income from operations to range between 60 and 64 million versus previous expectations between 55 and 56 million. And the CEO of Zscaler did say they are pleased to announce that their preliminary third quarter results exceeded even their high end of their guidance range. They had a very strong finish to the quarter as the high ROI of adopting the Zscaler Zero Trust Exchange TM platform really continues to resonate with their customers and prospects, even in this challenging macro environment. They did also increase their outlook now for their fiscal year. Again, another positive typically seen by the street. They now expect their full year revenue to fall between a range of 1.58 to 1.5 billion, which was also ahead of their previous forecast. So why I think Zscaler is also really interesting, Alex, is we talk a lot about the cloud space and the broader tech space, but this is a name that actually over the last 12 months, initially to start 2021 actually, or 2022, they were a name that was seen as resilient because they operate in this cybersecurity space. They since fell completely out of favor, and so now it's encouraging to see this nice move to the upside, because even with a 22% move higher today, shares are still down 2% for this year, which really speaks to the underperformance we were seeing in Zscaler into today's move higher.
And it might provide one possible explanation as to why we got this preliminary release, why we see this information now. This stock's been downtrending. It's not a secret. The stock's been under pressure. So if they have positive news that they can share and they can kind of start to turn that story, they elected to do so. So I think that's pretty clear as to why we heard this number today. But I think a really critical part that you mentioned as well is they didn't just come out and say, hey, this has been a strong quarter, particularly the end of the quarter was strong. They also said, hey, the rest of the year is going to be stronger as a result. They didn't basically just say, hey, we just borrowed some growth from the future, 2 quarters from now, and that just happened now, and so we're telling you it's good here, but didn't really impact the total year. This is saying in general, things are better than we thought, and the street's reacting, I think, properly here. These are pretty big differences between what the consensus, what their previous guidance range, and of course where they actually said it's going to end up.
Yes, especially because considering the fact they can back up the fact that they have increased visibility now into their upcoming report. They also have seen now some of this demand shift away from their products, and so they've revamped their offerings to accommodate the consumer. I think all positives you wanted to hear in a very challenging environment. So Alex, for the FOMO feeling today, definitely feels like it's to the upside, even with this move still lower on the year. Shares are still well off their 52-week highs, but I think the analyst community today is arguing that this name is now appearing more attractive in the long term, just especially given its relatively low valuation.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody who's looking at this name and trying to decide if they want to be involved, just to look at a little bit longer term chart. Look at where this stock was 2-3 years ago, where it peaked out at 375. So not to say that it should be at 375 or that it's going back there, but I think that really highlights just how far this stock has fallen. And for a name that's maybe recovering at a faster pace than was previously anticipated, you could see this as potentially a massive move happening today. But in the grand scheme of things, somewhat of a drop in the bucket. Has so much further still left to potentially go if it's ever going to sniff not only just where it was a year ago, but of course its all-time highs and some of those levels from previous years. So I looked at a strategy that would benefit from a continued upside swing here in this stock, looking at buying a 125 call calendar, Jenny, selling next Friday's expiration, the May monthly, to buy June. So not giving this a ton of time, but certainly at least a little bit of time for this to ultimately take place. $3 debit means $300 in risk. It's a bullish strategy. It's a bullish strategy because it's a calendar spread with a strike price that is higher than the current share price. We've talked about this type of strategy so many times, Jenny. This is one where precision is the key piece here. So you select a strike that you think this stock could end up at. 125 is a modest gain from where we're currently at, a little bit over, let's call it 10% over the next month would be required. But for a stock that's making a 22% move today, that doesn't seem entirely far-fetched. Of course, we know today was on a fundamental piece of information being released, so we can't expect that to be a normal trading activity day. But you do see, of course, the key thing to consider with this is that you can overshoot. So if this stock completely surges, goes all the way through 125, maybe it tests 150, or dare I say 200 over a short period of time, that wouldn't be beneficial for this one. So you want to select a strike, Jenny, that you feel this stock could reasonably be at whatever your designated time frame is.
And like you said, this is almost like the preamp to the earnings move, because a lot of times we see this sort of hype around the up to guidance, but then the earnings event ends up being a non-event. But we will get those numbers from their third quarter on June 1st. So we'll have that to look forward to still in Zscaler here. But that does it for our FOMO segment today. Now coming up next, we will look at Walt Disney shares up almost 3% as the latest Guardians of the Galaxy installment does well at its opening weekend. We'll dive more into that story with Caroline Woods coming up next.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Looking to improve your portfolio management skills? Our portfolio management webcast series breaks down key concepts like retirement planning, income generation, ETFs, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
Barbecue, red candle, just below VWAP. I haven't explored the Fidelity app. The UI is nice and clean, but for like charting and stuff, yeah, there's not many apps that you can do a whole lot with. I mean, the Webull app is actually pretty nice, but it takes time. Takes time to move around and like chart. McConnell warns has no secret plan to solve U.S. debt. This picture of Ken Griffin and Bezos is really circulating around a lot. Bezos. Oh, his yacht's finally sailing. This crazy yacht. Looks like a pirate ship. U.S. State Department, U.S. would like there to continue to be open lines of communication with China. Okay.
Thing I know is I just saw a preview for this film, and I'm like, another one? I feel like there must be 10 of these. This is the third, so there are not 10, but I do know these Marvel movies, they're expensive, and they do have a very strong following at the movie theaters. So walk us through what we're seeing today.
Hey there, Jenny. Yes, this is Volume 3, Guardians of the Galaxy. I am not familiar with it either. I haven't seen Volume 1 or 2 yet, but it was a big hit at the box office this weekend and actually kicked Super Mario Brothers out from the #1 spot and claimed that #1 spot, and could be giving shares a boost today. We are seeing shares of IMAX higher today and AMC. Disney up the most, though, almost 3%, likely ahead of earnings. But just kind of running through some of these box office numbers before we get to the Morgan Stanley note that Alex referenced. It earned $114 million domestically over the weekend, $282 million worldwide. Meanwhile, according to Disney, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is the 32nd consecutive Marvel release to debut at #1 at the box office, and the films have accounted for 6 of the 12 movies that have opened above the $100 million mark since the pandemic. So definitely, as you said, strong following here. This past weekend was IMAX's actually biggest global opening for 2023, due in large part to the 25 million debut of the latest Marvel superhero movie. Drew in $10.7 million in North America, $14.3 million worldwide. That's specific to Guardians of the Galaxy. As I said, IMAX shares higher, AMC shares higher today, but Disney shares likely higher because earnings are on Wednesday. And ahead of those numbers, Morgan Stanley is actually turning a bit more bullish. Already had an overweight rating on Disney, but actually boosted the price target to 120 from 115. So Alex talked about how it's been at 100 for quite some time. Morgan Stanley sees it going as high as 120 now. The reason for the hike, Morgan Stanley sees strong adjusted EPS growth ahead. It says the parks business specifically generates compelling growth through cycles and expects that segment to represent the majority of Disney's segment EBIT for years to come, saying we are optimistic that the continued strong consumer trends we see across entertainment will continue through the rest of the year. Does say that Disney's media business is under-earning and undervalued, saying the streaming-first strategy of the last 2 years diluted earnings power, but there are opportunities to build. Also thinks the $5.5 billion that Disney's been taking in cost-cutting measures will create some cushion for the company. In turn, says shares are compelling at these levels. So Disney, as I said, up about 3% today, trading around 103.30. So that $120 price target represents a little bit more than 15% upside from these
moving
levels.
up a little bit.
So good day for Disney heading into this
For
report.
12.
We'll have to see if that
They're going to break the resistance from back here. Barbecue bounced off you. Wow.
It actually reports.
Still barbecuing
Pretty
though.
measured note, I would say, from Morgan Stanley. You know, moving from 115 to 120. I kind of like the ones that make fireworks. That
Afternoon
move from like
pushes on stock should start coming.
But beggars can't be choosers here, and
They are going to happen.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 knocked out Super Mario Bros. Something tells me that if you had a Venn diagram,
GFAI just woke up out of nowhere.
One movie or the other, there's a huge overlap
20 minutes
between
ago.
those two.
It's up 20%.
Here on this name before we hear from earnings and let you go.
Well,
Oh, this has had a nice bounce off of that $3 level.
Trading around. I said Morgan Stanley has the $120 price target. That's actually $10 less than the median price target, Alex, of 130.
Wow.
So heading into these results, analysts largely very bullish on this name. 80% have a buy rating. The other 20%.
Oh yeah, those all-time lows on it.
No
That's crazy. Just got to all-time lows again, or not all-time lows, but close.
About 19% so far this year. So
back to the support range was trading at.
Times just in terms of these numbers, and also just there's so much going on with Disney fighting with Florida's Governor Rick DeSantis. I know that lawsuit has been expanded. I saw an update today. So there's definitely some fireworks going on there. Maybe not in terms of Morgan Stanley's price targets, but a lot for Disney to kind of hash out on the earnings call. So I'll be listening or at least reading the transcripts closely.
Yeah, Caroline, Disney has had a lot of good drama to follow this year, like Nelson Peltz, the proxy fight, and we, of course, have this ongoing situation with Florida. I mean, it's been an interesting name to watch, and also outperforming relatively on the year, so we'll definitely have to keep our eyes on those upcoming earnings this week, but we'll leave it there. Appreciate all of the thoughts. Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now, coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are looking at American Airlines today after JP Morgan upgraded shares, seeing some strength among the big three airlines. We'll discuss more with George Tillis coming up next.
I'm not getting a 15-minute delay, I don't think, Osmus. Spread the word if you guys are getting 15-minute delays. Stream over the stream. They only have to donate $5. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, hit the thumbs up, join the Discord, and then they can watch my chart all day. That's it. Best guess for what we're gonna run up to? I mean, without a time frame, that's a relevant question. But I'll just throw out some prices there. Basically, without, as I was saying, without fundamental something with the bankruptcy from the court. I don't know. I don't know how long this bounce can go. Just based on an overreaction to the shorting and just getting back to kind of an equilibrium. Mix that in with speculation of a buyer that's going to take care of shareholders. I think you can get back up to $1 with that, though. Maybe that's too generous. If there is a good actor, it's a buyer, you know, then it just depends on what they're buying out for, and if shareholders are going to recoup any benefit from that. Then I think we could see this thing, you know, the structure, right? You could see the market cap back up to where it was trading before. You know, 8, 9, 10 double digits. Could look at some fib levels from this long sell-off. Hard to even look at that. Well, like $1.60 looks like is that first retracement. $1.70 or so.
The debt based upon last quarter's results, it's still over about $30 billion. Now, if you look at the estimates for the debt, they're expected by 2025 to cut that by half to $15 billion. At the same time, you have to look at the earnings per share profile of American. Last quarter, they did report 5 cents a share, which is relatively modest. It is an adjusted profit with sales that are still higher than where they were now, or actually now higher than where they were prior to the pandemic. But at the same time, you have to look at the forward earnings. And the forward earnings per share, at least for 2024, are estimated to be about $2.65. So what we're actually seeing is a pretty magnified impact on earnings for American, while at the same time they're paying down that debt. Now, debt isn't necessarily a bad thing as long as the debt is being deployed in capital expenditures, particularly in fixed investments, whether it's airplanes or, in this case, infrastructure or whatever it may be. American has actually revamped their fleet, while at the same time the earnings per share profile is growing immensely. Considering the earnings per share as well as the current price, it's really only trading at a very low multiple compared to its 5-year average. This is also what JP Morgan's looking at, but the stock is down about 66% over the last 5 years. So they're actually looking at maybe a turnaround for the stock price, not necessarily the airline, just because they're paying down debt. But I also think that they do have improving fundamentals based upon the pricing power that the big three have, both domestically and internationally.
Yeah, guys, if we could get that 5-year chart up of American, that'd be awesome, because I think it also paints something else that I think maybe would be kind of misunderstood about the trajectory of American Airlines. It wasn't all pandemic related here. This stock was struggling.
We don't have to play it as much.
And it's almost like there's that dip in recovery and then just back to that trend. But George, I know we're talking big three in terms of revenue.
It's
we're talking
working.
Big three in terms of maybe
My plan
actual
is
flight
working.
miles. Southwest is bigger than two of these three, though. How much
Might do some
disrespect
cash
here
grid puts on Mara.
is being put on Southwest,
hold
which
that
is
50 moving
quietly
average.
the second biggest by market cap?
It is. By market cap, it is the second biggest. I think at the end of the day, you can't discount the discount carriers. They do have their respective regional, if you will, monopolies effectively. And that JetBlue and Frontier are merging together. There's becoming more concentration in the regional carriers. I think at the end of the day, when you think about airlines, you got to start thinking about at least the 4 or 5 largest players out there, which includes Southwest. So I think the call from JP Morgan on American is not necessarily dissing Southwest. I think it really comes down to the magnified abilities for American to improve its return on equity, considering it's been underperforming the entire group since over 5 years ago, not just the pandemic. And I think it's important to note that it's been struggling since before that. So even though the company does have a lot of debt, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to recover or can't recover. Sometimes, or in a lot of cases, let's just put it this way, companies that do have a lot of debt do have the best ability to improve the return on equity because the debt has been such a large constraint on the balance sheet for so many years. The improving fundamentals can actually reverse that quite significantly. And I think that's one of the reasons why JP Morgan's got pretty aggressive price target of $29 on American. Southwest, it is the second largest by market cap, the second largest by revenue. But at the same time, you have to think about the international pricing power. And I think that's where the other big 3 carriers still outcompete Southwest, even though Southwest is the leader when it comes down to the domestic regionals.
Yeah, and George, this name just been stuck between like $13 and $17 for what feels like forever at this point. Yeah. So $29 does imply some big optimism. I mean, for shares to more than double from current levels, and we just haven't seen that at least in the last 6 months. So interesting call. I guess I respect their devotion and their optimism here to American, but I do think, given the sentiment in the airlines overall right now, seems like a far cry for shares to go in the next 12 months. But we will leave it there. Appreciate all of the insight. George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalides.
The BBY no DC. Yep. Nirvana kind of red candling down here. I'd like to do cash card puts on this thing, but not a very good day to open it up 20%. I like that support, it bounced off with the earnings. Barbecue back to VWAP 1810 plus 28%. Definitely chilling at the barbecue today. Dude, Newegg's getting cheap, man. Market cap's 400 million. Barbecue sells between $7 and $15 a pound. I just imagine turning this whole channel into just a barbecue channel. All because of this dumb stock. I like Neweg's chart actually. Barbecue sold a VWAP.
There was a situation that happened over the weekend where one of the exchanges were not able to
I like the logic.
Any other Bitcoin withdrawals, and that happened with Binance, and so that stopped for a couple of hours on Sunday, and by that time, before midnight, I should say, just before midnight Eastern, the withdrawals were able to resume on the Binance, that the blockchain was able to do it. It was congested by too many pending transactions, to say that in a very quick way. But also there's a story happening within Coinbase. Those shares are trading lower on reports that it's considering the United Arab Emirates as its global hub. As we know, it's been under very close watch by the United States SEC. And it wants an international hub to be able to serve countries around the world. You know, likely without, or probably
actually
without
some cash puts on IEP might not be a bad idea.
It's been going through.
I guess it's an earnings play anyways. Never mind.
Securities and Exchange Commission.
Everything has earnings right now. Hard to.
All right, thank you for that.
Hard to not play something without earnings.
Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Tony Drake is standing by. Drake and Associates. We're talking about what has been going on in this market and the recession fears that have been looming. In the meantime, when you see oil moving higher, they say, oh, oil's moving higher as recession fears fade. You know, it's this back and forth. It depends what day of the week it is. What are your thoughts?
Seems like we have this ongoing debate. Who's right, the bond market or the equity market?
Love to see it break 20 cents.
That recession might be minimizing, maybe a little bit short term. I think there's some strong support from the jobs market. We got that great report. Of course,
I mean, it's had a good move up already though, 27%.
But look,
that ain't bad.
Got a high bar, right? We'd have to see a pretty good inflation increase.
Yeah, break a 20 and then
I mean higher,
probably make it all the way up here to 23.
2 3/10. We need a hot employment report. June CPI would have to be hot. Then maybe we'd get a quarter point. But if not, I think it's really likely we'll see a pause. If you look at the surveys, only about 9% of people think we're going to get a raise. So that pause is pretty likely at this point.
And at this point now, because we do have
did Silvergate file for untimely
my guest
earnings
earlier today called it gangbusters and does not see a recession. I had another guest on who's very optimistic and sees that the market is
if not, we'll be up there tomorrow to open. That's right.
By the end of the year. I mean, what do you say to the folks that are certainly glass half full these days?
Well, I think the fact that Powell is certainly indicating that he's close to his target. I mean, he said twice in his last talk that he didn't think wage increases were the cause of inflation. That's a pretty big change in his position, and maybe that indicates that 500 basis points really is
chart doesn't look too bad.
And when you think about these payrolls, we are going into a political season, right? A negative payroll could certainly hit the headlines. We're entering that political season, and that would put pressure on the Feds to maybe even lower rates as early as this fall. So that would be a good thing for the markets. I think people are starting to see those signs, and that might be an indication that this recession might be fairly short-lived.
Yeah, at the same time, you do have the wild cards, right? You have the debt ceiling, which Janet Yellen, of course, calling the economic crisis or chaos. And you have Jay Powell saying, I can't even believe we'll have a conversation about the U.S. not paying off its bills. So you have one wild card, but, most people would assume that goes into place. I mean, there are other wild cards that exist here. I mean, the regional banks, for example.
Yeah, we certainly have some bumps in the road that I think we're going to have to navigate. There's the debt ceiling drama, as you brought up. Treasuries are above the Fed funds rate. Think this likely won't be resolved till June, and any bills are probably just going to kick the can down the road. But most likely they'll come to some issue there. But when you look at these regional banks, it's certainly been some trauma to that industry. We're going to see a tightening of lending standards. Important to remember, I think deposits are not at risk. But we'll likely see a continued reduction in the overall amount of banks. But a big hiccup there, some more banks going under, could be that catalyst to really tumble the markets and turn us into a deeper recession. So we're certainly not in the clear here, but I think there are some signs indicating that it could be a little bit shorter lived. And that's great for the markets. A lot of it's going to weigh on what happens with Powell and the Feds.
Billion pesos a jet.
Right, understood. So what else is on your radar? I mean, as we await CPI and PPI this week?
Yeah, when you look at the quarter, Nicole, I think the first quarter wasn't that bad, right? And that could potentially set up 2024 to look a little bit better. You brought it up earlier, oil's rebounding into a busy season. The OPEC in-person meeting in June. I think as you head into that season, you may see some output cuts.
So many charts are just like in a bearish trend.
In India and overseas, and economic worries are going to hit that. But if those fears subside, if we get the rate cuts or pauses that we're looking for, I think you're going to continue to see energy rising. And some of the good news on the housing front, I think the Feds are finally now acknowledging that data really lags. But remember, that's about 40% of CPI. We know housing prices are about 5% lower, rents 5 to 10% lower. That could be another great driving factor for the Feds not continuing the rate increases. Some good energy sectors out there is looking good, and some other sectors
that's pretty severe.
Go into the summer season here.
Looking at all these other charts, what happened?
As we look at the picture of credit and loans, and we're awaiting some more news here today at 2 p.m.
U.S. bank creditors concerned TD was too slow to report suspicious activity.
Can really, sort of put a
banks abandoned $13.4 billion deal last week over unspecified regulatory approval hurdles.
And I
think it is?
As the loans start to tighten and we see how exposed some of these
Bitcoin's falling off.
The loans,
what just happened?
Be an indication as to how big of a bump this is. Is this something we've gotten past? Is your consumer confident that their deposits are safe, or is this going to be an ongoing issue that we continue to deal with throughout the second and third quarter? Right, those loans are critical. We know loan standards are going to tighten, but we're seeing this big consolidation. But that's not all that uncommon. If you look at other countries, there's not nearly as many banks. The United States, we've been moving towards that trend where we're having less and less banks, but maybe that needs to continue to tighten up a little bit. You're seeing now with a lot of the large banks buying up these troubled regional banks.
Yeah, bad banking news.
And that's exactly what we've been seeing. Tell me about oil, because right now it's $73 the barrel. But last week was weak. In fact, it was the third week in a row.
It's negative day beta.
Down arrow.
Yeah, not usually. It does seem like we've seen it sometimes.
And we are awaiting news from OPEC too. What are your thoughts here, and where does it fit into the big picture?
Nice Archer.
Entering this busy season for oil,
yeah, look at that. It hit right at the high, right up my resistance there. Yeah, I think that's bad banking news.
Likely we'll probably see some output cuts if we see a surge in demand here, but there are some good markets where the demand is rising, and I think as long as we maintain
down to that
these
411,
rates,
dang.
as long as people are a little bit more
Should have held my futures. I just
recession might be a little bit
anticipating needing to buy more
then we'll see those
barbecue.
fears subside, and energy will continue to rise as demand, continues to be needed. So many things kind of contingent on what happens with those rates and the Fed's decisions. That's going to be driven by CPI and the jobs reports. But I think we're going to continue to push for a pause and maybe even see that cut as early as this fall.
Oh, fall. Wow, Tony. I haven't heard anybody say fall. All right, Tony Drake and Associates, thank you. Later this hour, we'll take a look at some of the trends that Peloton is seeing, subscriber activity.
Big bouncer.
To know. Peloton, we're going to watch that. And we'll look at commercial real estate.
Disney brings back dining plans. That was the news. Updates park reservations. No, I think it is this Fed survey shows tighter credit, weaker business loans. Man, I think it's regulators' concerns over suspicious transaction sank TD's First Horizon deal. U.S. bank regulators concerned TD was too slow to report suspicious activity. Banks abandoned $13.4 billion deal last week over unspecified regulatory approval hurdles. So banks aren't getting bailed out like they'd hoped. Bounce there on SPY. All right, you guys want to read some tin shared by Bullions? Jumerica. This is by Edwin Barnesek. I think we've read ones from him before. Barnesk. Jumerica, SEC, and BK court filings reveal Carl Icahn as the mystery buyer. Eddie IPO coming. Here's what has transpired. Court documents released on Friday, 5/5. Show 781 million shares are owned per the list of security equity holders. Here. Yeah, if you guys didn't catch the news on Friday, this was the filing that was released. No, this is from 4/23. $739 million. Initially filed on April 11th. Here's a list of shareholders. Seed & Co. reporting $776 million in street name. Hudson Bay Capital pulled funding when share price fell below a threshold, which forced BBBY to pull the S1 filing. Therefore, 310 million shares were never issued nor released. BBBYQ has authorized 428 million outstanding shares. Based on court filings, BBBYQ has been overpurchased by 348 million shares. So 776 million street minus 428 million outstanding. Which means 348 million shares must be closed out to balance the official outstanding shares. I mean, must? That's pretty strong words there. First, we're in trouble. 776 million shares held in street name under Seed & Co. Which from the filing from Friday. Then, as of petition date, approximately 428 million shares of voting common shares were outstanding. Bull's about to get paid. BY officially has 428 million outstanding shares. 348 million shares have been overbought. Now that time has been laid out. Let's revisit a few things so this will all make sense at the end. Steady making Thanksgiving great again. I came across a clue within the bankruptcy court filing for BBBYQ, which revealed the mystery buyer for BBY in Chapter 11. Before we jump into that, you need to see how this started. Steady making Thanksgiving great again. Apple, pumpkin, pecan. And here we go with the tweets. Buys bounce in there. Barbecue, barcoding. Barcoding. When I first saw this tweet, it seeded the idea of Teddy in my G-Miracle Bull thesis. Okay, I don't know why. Now what is important about this tweet is that the illustration image of Ted, RC's dad, would make you think that the drawing originated from inside Teddy.com books. However, I own all the books and I've checked every single page. I've checked 5 times from page to page just to confirm. RC's tweet of the image above with Ted, it does not exist within the books. Ted's clothing are all the clues. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. I'm jumping on a YouTube stream on Discord. And you guys want to come join? I bounced back up to VWAP there. Yeah, rabbit hole's definitely getting deep. Let me see what's going on with my watch list here. Everything's still kind of hanging out. In the close. In the close. What did he say? 1AB, BBBY, 2AB, IEP, 3AB, 13G filing. Dude, what the heck? What? Stop. What? Why? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can go on. I swallowed a whole roll of tinfoil. Okay, on the left, RC's tweet of Ted has a unique button-up t-shirt. For a single square color has a different blue shade. Dude, I'm not gonna keep going on that. I'll skip down after this tweet. Frank Cohen is a potential bidder for BBY. Wow, look at that bounce on SPY. That's massive. GME getting a push on that? No. Dang. Big pump though, that's crazy. Referencing clue 1 from the bankruptcy court doc, it confirms that RC is still in play for BBY and was listed as an interested party, with court documents defining the term as a potential bidder. Yeah, he was on those court documents. The official BYBK court doc, interested bidder equals potential bidder. Interested party meant to put, I think. Which, yeah, that's just normal jargon, I guess. But I guess they define it in the actual same document, so that's gives you more confirmation, I guess, of that. This sets the stage for the next part. The ICANN lift works in mysterious ways. Recently, the BK court docs surfaced another clue, and something struck out to me with the capital infusion, so I went back to the RC tweet about Ted and Thanksgiving. You notice the date of RC's tweet was November 23rd. Then you will appreciate this next piece. 2 days before RC tweeted, Carl Icahn's IEP company posted this AK filing on Monday. That little rectangle in top left corner, clue number 2 identified, which led me to this next part about the AK filing. It was filed on November 21st, with an effective shelf date registered with the SEC since July 26th. The shelf date is kind of like a trap card that activates. Dude. He's taking this third little graphic logo. Where's that in the tweet? He's saying the color? Oh my gosh. He's talking about the color code. Okay, I get what he's even saying now. I couldn't even get it before. I think, or I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe it's a pad. I don't know. But yeah, I think this color code is the same as icon. Okay, we'll keep going. Clue number 2. There appears to be a solid rectangular shape, which I marked as 2A. So comparing logos, it was a no-brainer match with Carl Icahn's logo. It even has a similar color and is in rectangle format. The belt looks like 13, which I marked as a 13A. Alright. Alright. We'll skip it down a little bit there. This part of the DD is just repeating itself for some reason. Summarize the takeaways from IEP's AK filing. $400 million of an open market sales agreement was put up and handled by Jefferies. This offering, instead of shares, was declared as depository units and was registered on July 26th, 2022 with SEC, but activated on November 21st. Copy regarding the legality of these units were sent to Proskauer Rose LLP. SPY is actually ripping now. What in the world? Jefferies was handling the transaction. Why was Prosecutor Rose LLP involved? What is their role and purpose? This document, Exhibit 5.1, states they are legal counsel to Icahn Enterprises. Take note, 11 Times Square. Barbecue below VWAP there. Yeah, SPY literally just back up to the high from where it sold off. Overreaction to whatever news. Oh, barbecue. Let's see. Let's see. I want to use a day trade, but maybe I was too hasty on my buyback in. It's a nice looking bull flag, but with that gap below there, it's just. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that write up. That if they even call that DD. Fed says the broadest share of banks with weaker loan demand since 2009. Broadest share of banks with weaker loan demand since 2009. Little double top coming on here with the SPY. Barbecue souls. Scale between the apple and the turkey. They're the big as whales. Oil can be DD. I don't even know what subreddit that was on. I haven't seen. Looks like SMX might finally break this flag. 230 margin calls. If something starts to blow up here. SMX. Yeah, I think I want this, even if I day trade it. Waited so long for it. Yeah, we'll see. I picked up some SMX. I don't know if I'll day trade it or hold it overnight. Had a big move up, so sketchy probably to hold overnight. You should hear me? Yeah, there. Went quiet for a minute or something. Bluebell's still climbing up. Rival settling down. User 1 bad 68. You can send me a link for it. I don't want to just scour Reddit for a certain user. BBB coding. Fiber coding again. I want to break the high on that resistance. Wow. Coding, get to the top of the range. Totally forgot about my IRA that I could buy in with. Interesting. Probably wait on that. Unless we break out here. Like we might. Barbecue pushing up a bit. It's kind of at the high of the range now. Gonna happen or barbecuing again? Oh, might want it. I want it, barbecue. Oh, 1894, 34%. $18.95. I don't know. Where's it getting barbecued? It's rejecting. Pink likes to close over 1834 to get bullish. Oh, really? Quite the specific criteria. It's rejecting. 5 moving up though. All right, another trip maybe back down to 1790 area. See if that holds again.
Impacts inflation and just a lot to sift through here. But again, questions answered and still some, uncertainties that remain out there. And this Fed loan survey sort of probably provides a little bit of both in some ways, I guess.
Yeah, look, we're getting some of the news exactly what I guess we expected, and the market's dropped.
Megal's popping.
We moved to the lowest point on our trading day today, right? So
about to make a high of the day.
Now. But just if you look right here, a minute.
Got a little gap fill. 35. Barbecue hanging out up here though.
That's some good news there. How about crude oil? That's something you're watching. That's after terrible new low and a couple of tough weeks.
Yeah, speaking of coming back some, it is to begin the week this Monday up over 2%.
Barbecue might want it.
And kind of right back into this middle of the range that we've been in since last fall, really 85 to 65.
Oh, it might be going.
75 just below here today. WTI is mentioned here at 73.16. We're up 2.55%. Now, higher today, but this comes after closing Friday down for, well, as you mentioned, a few weeks, 3 weeks to be exact, in a row. Now we've got set to announce their monthly oil report. That's
17. Sure, anything's possible.
Crude back above 50. The pop was short-lived. We've been really lower since, which is interesting, Nicole, because you've got the dollar, which has been weakening. Oftentimes,
no,
crude, but
not going yet.
This really speaks to the demand narrative, uncertainties about China. Really a situation that's
230 margin calls just weren't strong enough.
It would be as far as boosting demand, and then again tying back to what we were just talking about in terms of tighter loan restrictions and constraints ultimately on lending and all the impact that's going to have
get a push from this
on
yet?
demand here in the U.S.
Really?
So lots to keep an eye on here.
Is this some low volume on GameStop?
Still recovering from 3 weeks.
Another rejection up here, I think, on barbecue.
In this range right now,
back to barcoding.
$75 level.
All right, thank you for that, Ben Lichtenstein. Good to see you.
Buy also rejecting.
Joining me right now is we
double top on it.
At commercial real estate. Obviously, there's been a lot of pressure on this area, and in fact, we have a quote from Elon Musk, which we will discuss in a moment.
Might grab a short here. I don't know.
CEO, Lexford Capital Management. Thank you for being with us. So we were just having this conversation that so much of commercial real estate, the loans are coming due, they have to go and get money, and they're just not able to get the loans, or if they are, very high rates, right? How would you describe the current picture?
Right, it's bad and it's getting worse. And when we were just talking about, I just saw this number, and this is what we were expecting, but if you have the tightest credit conditions since 2009, well, you know what? 2009 was a bad time, and things are going to get worse in the commercial space. So you can say it eloquently and say that commercial real estate's the next shoe to drop, but
yeah, BBBYQ rejecting that breakout.
It's the next anvil to drop. Commercial real estate is going to get worse, unfortunately.
Well, how come? So, and that's all I've been hearing. That is all I've been hearing, and it almost starts to feel like, and I don't disagree, I understand the concept. And I think Elon Musk said this, with an anvil, not a shoe, was his quote, as he warns of a crushing blow to commercial real estate. And that's really been the theme. Aren't there any bright
bullish
spots? I mean, are we all, is it
I wouldn't say it's one or the other.
Rolling? Was it like the regional
consolidating
banks
after a rally is bullish, but
seem sometimes, but then everybody gets on board with the lingo.
Maybe going to the long side here. Like we're breaking
there aren't
out.
a lot of data points yet because there haven't been a lot of trades.
On
there haven't
SPY.
been a lot of sales. The
Up to 413 or so.
California Street in San Francisco is
I like
a
it.
22-story office building. It was valued in 2019 at $300 million.
Get a little scalp up here to maybe the high of the day.
The firm marketing it's probably says it's probably going to settle at a $60 million
In glasses.
So
From $300 million.
Right, so 80% drop.
This looks like the guy from
office tower in San Francisco.
who is that guy? The guy from
some people say San Francisco is the next Detroit. San Francisco has its problems, but an 80% drop
the sheep goat
is
farmer.
huge.
That guy?
Major city, right? And
Exactly.
the truth
No,
is,
no,
you're
no,
right.
no.
I think
Forgetting
that
Sarah
San
Marshall.
Francisco and California have had some issues, and you do see some exodus like New York,
The husband of the other people on the vacation.
in the meantime,
The, like,
you're
Mormons
in
or
a different
whatever.
Position. You made some smart moves, moved a little bit south.
When he has like a little bit of a sunburn.
got away from
Look
the
at this guy.
skyscraper talk that people have gotten into, and you're doing something a little different, right? Tell us about that. How
Right.
that's working.
Does that look like him?
Focused on multifamily real estate. So when Fannie Mae says we have a 4.4 million shortage of housing. So we have single-family housing shortage and we have apartments. So single-family and
Let me see if I can find a
multifamily
picture of
both
him.
shortages, both different markets.
I don't know
but
that
both
guy's name.
long-term positive because supply's down. And all this turmoil
This guy.
in construction and overall in real estate, and
This
and
guy on the
obviously with
left.
rates rising and
Looks just like him.
tightening, construction will be down, supply will be down. So that bodes very well for the future. The problem is getting through this period, and who knows when the Fed's going to be done. What the Fed says and what the market expects are different things. But no matter what,
An
rates
older
are high,
version.
and they're not coming
Even
down.
with the suntan and everything.
I mean,
Yes.
because the supply, like what you're saying, Al, is so there's just no supply.
Exactly.
Right. So rents
Exactly.
continue to go higher, which, as you noted,
Oh,
part of
BBBYQ.
our print this week. Right. When we look at inflation.
Exactly.
Do it. Do it.
So
Do it.
in April, rents were
Do
up
it.
3.9%. So if rents are up 4% nationwide, and CPI
that's a great
has
one.
rent and rent equivalent 40% of the inflation print, well, you know what? Rent's not coming down. It's coming down from all-time highs, but still going to be big. It's still, call it 3 to 5%. 3 to 5% rent doesn't bode well for much lower inflation if the Fed's target is going to stay focused at 2%. At 2%, we have a long way to go.
Yeah, that was like
and rent's not going
favorite
down
comedy
that much.
for a long
It's not.
time.
And
And
certainly
so
not fast enough.
When
for
that
the
came
Fed.
out.
Exactly.
And while there's such a small
SMX.
percentage of
Active
folks,
VWAP.
when you look at Fed funds,
I know I bought on the high.
futures, unlikely at this point.
Just
for
don't
a
have to keep
June
looking at it
hike.
one day exposure.
Do you think the Fed should hike? I mean, I think a lot of people say no.
Well, I'd rather they didn't. I'd rather they start
about
cutting rates.
25%.
But that's talking my own book. But
Bottom up too.
But,
The Fed should hike. I mean, I had to ask it. Go
But
ahead.
yeah, but seriously,
Talking about 3 million.
the Fed's in a very bad spot. They put themselves here.
Oh, that one in San
the-
Francisco?
We've got huge fiscal and monetary stimulus post-COVID that we're still paying the price for.
Yeah.
And
I forgot
inflation
about
isn't coming down.
the
And so
Roth. I had the
unfortunately,
capital in
don't
the
think
Roth
the
to
Fed
trade.
can lower rates
That's the best
if they're
account to do
serious
the
about
day
fighting
trading. No
inflation.
wash sales,
And
none of
that's
that
the
stuff.
concern. And so
Like
that's why
little
this is going
scalps.
to get worse because rates are going to commercial
The
longer,
same
and all this commercial
security
real
is-
estate has to get refinanced.
So yeah, and you have some of the numbers in here. What is this? The debt maturing by the end of 2025. I want you to tell me some of these numbers and big thoughts. And you know, is there a way to fix this, or is it just going to be selling things at a cheaper price and over time sort of getting the ball rolling again?
Yeah,
as this debt's maturing.
Yes, prices are going to have to come down, but there's a lot of money, there's a lot of capital on the sidelines waiting to come in, and especially in multifamily. And prices aren't really moving much. It's only if you have a maturity coming up. And so as that the commercial market that has $1.5 trillion coming due over the next 2+ years, well, that was done at much lower rates with much higher valuations.
Totally that
so
same
for
guy.
these office buildings, that
it's
valuation is
like him,
going
like
to come down.
in 10, 15 years.
Lower rates, the lowest rates, right? I mean, because this is real.
Yes.
I mean, it almost hurts me to say it out loud. However, let's put it into perspective. The rates that we have now are nowhere near the rates of the 70s and 80s.
True. No, it's true. And
right? I mean, you know, my dad was in real estate during that time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And real estate over the long term does very well. I mean, real estate outperforms the market. So you're better off in real estate if you're in the right real estate. So yeah, this is going to be a period of pain, and it's not going to be easy, and there's a long way to go, unfortunately. Yeah. But long term, if you're in the right real estate assets, then you're going to be protected.
What do you say to investors when they're looking at the S&P 500, or they're looking at REITs or home builders or anything else? I mean, you could look at malls, you could look at retail. I don't know, any advice for investors?
Be careful. Certainly be careful. I mean, with a 3-month T-bill over 5%,
up a little bit, maybe.
Attractive in
Barbecue rejecting.
There's a lot of uncertainty. Office REITs are down over 50% since 2022. I mean, at some point they're going to be a buy. You know, multifamily REITs have outperformed other real estate, but they're still down overall.
So
they will outperform. It's just in the short term, if you're tactical, it's hard to be invested in the next couple months until this Fed we sort it out and see how many more regional banks are going to go under. We need some more stability, and we need a better direction on rates and what's going to happen here.
Right.
So it's hard to plunge in right now.
Yeah, just quickly in 10 seconds, do you plan on getting more properties, either buying them or building them, or not right now?
We'd love to buy more at the right price.
Yeah. Al, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us. I mean, important topic, and
still rallying.
Happening. Al Lord,
Arbor Coating still doing it.
Management. Thank you, Al, for being with us. Still ahead, we bring in our panel to discuss Tyson Foods. Now, shares hitting 3-year lows. Steep earnings decline. More on that. Our panel is ready. The numbers after the break.
All the brutes, no time. I don't have my head on here. I'll just be a talking head then, like the rest of them. Yeah, I saw Megal kind of moving. Oh yeah, breaking out. Broke that resistance. Megal guy might get his run. Has a little gap fill up here at 32.20. I think he's looking for like another big move. Big. But nice little bounce here. That's down trajectory. $750. That's kind of your first resistance, right where it's at right now. Got 32. That gap filled at 37.90. I just climbing up slowly. Next bounced off VWAP. Eggle holding above 27.30. Good support to hold above. We both still climbing up slowly. Carvana bounced there. Coming up 10 minutes to power hour. Rival down to VWAP. Base has been climbing all day. Spy climb. Dip buy on that would have been nice. That's a huge bounce out of the low there. Who would have known though? News dropped. Didn't care. Back to rallying. RSI divergence maybe building here. Breakout was too weak on the RSI. Almost smashed by in a second. The game of impatience. Not liking this. Keep going up. Oh, 25%. On a new high on the day. Spies are kind of weak. I don't know. Talking myself out of it. We're eating ribs with barbecue sauce.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do not have any more buy ratings and amongst our large cap, really our large cap packaged food stocks. Our last buy rating was on Mondelez Corporation, but we dropped them to a hold recently. And right now we have mostly hold ratings or sell ratings on most of the names. And one of the biggest concerns right now is valuation for a lot of packaged food companies. The stocks have outperformed this year, and now are trading at steep premiums relative to historical averages. And we see a more challenging next 12 months for packaged food companies, especially as these price increases, as they start to lap some of these price increases, and we do expect some margin pressure for a lot of packaged food companies. So right now we do not have any buy rated stocks. It's mostly hold rated stocks or sell rated stocks.
So concerns about valuation. I mean, Kevin, look, people have to eat, and those are some great companies up there. Final thoughts, Kevin?
Yeah, I think a tailwind for this company here is going to be the feed prices. I think those are going to probably continue to go down here in value here, Nicole, and that is really because of the landscape when it comes to the geopolitical nature of export and import goods. And we're starting to see South America really become a little bit tighter when it comes to China. And it sounds like they're trying to work on some deals that have direct grain sales going to China or increase those sales. And if that does occur, then grain prices here in the United States are going to go down. That means the feed cost is going to go down. That could be a windfall for Tyson, but that's probably going to be more of a long-term scenario. And we probably will not even start seeing the impact of that feed price until we see the crops being harvested here in October and November of this year.
Thank you both very much. Arun Sundaram of CFRA and our own Kevin Green, thank you both. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. The Dow's down 40. Keep it right here. Market on Close is next.
Like oil had a pretty big rally. Talking about volatility. Price of oil. Art Vandalay. We watched Seinfeld last night, actually. The sponge episode. Barbecue making a little bull flag and a big bull flag. Looks like it wants to break out here. Boy, oh boy. Mandalay Industries. Hour, baby.
Palantir,
where we going?
Skyworks, and Devon Energy. Now let's check out what the markets are doing right now. The S&P 500 is still up marginally, but the Dow is down just a tad bit. The NASDAQ 100 up more than anything at this moment. And the Russell 2000 down.
Spy not wanting a power hour push?
0.3%. Right now, Caroline Woods and Kevin Hinks are standing by. Caroline, let's walk through Tyson Foods earnings. It fell. What were the points there that had this stock falling today?
Hey there, Renita. Yes, you talk about the market
Validating under that breakout.
The week on a sluggish note. Well,
Under
not
that
the
resistance.
case for Tyson. It's sinking today, down 16%. No question about what
still
direction
climbing up.
shares are going for Tyson.
Carvana's
the
breaking
company
out.
cited a
26%
challenging
of Carvana.
protein market environment, and its earnings and revenue failed to impress. It hit a new 52-week low after this earnings miss. It actually swung to a surprise loss in the quarter and cut its outlook for the full year as it deals with higher costs. On the earnings call, its CEO Donnie King said, "I can't remember a time when our business faced the highly unusual situation that we're currently seeing, where all three of our core protein categories, beef, pork, and chicken, are experiencing market challenges at the same time." So let's run through the actual numbers. An adjusted loss of 4 cents per share, quite a bit lower than what analysts were expecting. They were actually expecting a profit from the company. Revenue of $13.1 billion came in below expectations of $13.6 billion. Beef sales fell about 2%. Chicken sales were up about a little bit more than 6%, and pork sales up a little bit more than 1%, but margins came under pressure as well. So Tyson also slashed its full-year revenue outlook to a range of $53 to $54 billion. That's down from a previous range of about $55 to $57 billion. It also cut its margin guidance for the full year because it says many of the headwinds that it faced in the first part of the year are expected to persist throughout the remainder of the year. So what are some of those headwinds? Beef cycling out at historically strong margins, inflation being elevated and persistent, dramatically impacting their costs.
Oh, it's the one that was halted up intraday.
Macro backdrop being clearly tough. So up against quite a few headwinds, and it doesn't necessarily see those easing anytime soon, and the stock definitely getting punished.
Will it do it?
Down about 17% on these results.
Caroline, thanks for running us through the numbers, and also find it interesting that the three major protein categories slumping, obviously tied to commodities prices, which have been lower for those proteins. Kevin, what's been your view of this since we see those commodities prices driving lower, and
you'll know when
Tyson
it breaks, most likely it's going to be
from its earnings?
Massive green candle, 20 cents.
Yeah, well, this is a horrible report
maybe even like
out of Tyson Foods. And normally, like Caroline was reporting, you see one part of protein up, another down.
I halted a lot, that one.
All three down. This is like a perfect storm for Tyson Foods. So, yeah, this is pretty significant, especially at a time where protein seems more popular than ever. To see a company
this little mini bull flag here too.
All three parts of their protein business lower. That's pretty alarming in its severity there, and the stock is showing that, Renita.
I mean, absolutely. You know, you're right. I see that all the time. Or I remember last year, actually, where we saw prices peaking for some proteins, but for others, it was not. But it looks like consumer staples, at least a couple of them, are taking a hit today, along with Tyson, Hormel Foods, Kraft Heinz. Some of the other consumer staples are not being hit as badly, like General Mills and Kellogg's, our cereals there and snacks. What else have you been tracking tracking through this trading day that maybe looks a little bit different from when we talked this morning, Kevin?
You know, Renita, I said it this morning. I've been saying it all day. I think as you look at the numbers as we wait for CPI on Wednesday, you got to keep watching the regional banks, and you have to keep one eye on that Russell 2000. And it was the Russell 2000 that's really been the biggest mover on the downside so far today, even though we do have some good news out of some of the regional banks. Still, if you look at the Russell, most of the regional banks are lower on the day. Now,
what do you mean? You don't like that move in my lineup?
Higher. Pac West,
I mean, there's
Bancorp,
predictions up here.
cut their dividend. It looks like from 25 cents to a penny. I guess they did that on Friday. That stock is up about 4%. It was up a lot more than this.
The FOMO
it traded
boiling.
as high as $7.50 this morning. Now it's trading about $6. So it's higher on the day because they cut their dividend. They came out with a statement saying economic uncertainty, recent volatility in the banking sector, and potential changes in regulatory capital requirements force us to make adjustments here. They still call themselves healthy, though, and on their path to solidifying their deposit base, but cutting the dividend to basically a penny, Renita. And if you look, you got Western Alliance is also up today about 3%, trading about $28. You've got Zions Bancorp up about 4%, trading $24.70. So these are three of the regional banks that are higher on the day, Renita. But if you look at the entirety of the regional banks in the Russell, still a big chunk of them are down lower on the day, Renita. And that you can see the Russell index itself down about 0.3%. It's been the weakest indice throughout the day. As you know, we have some good news, but there's still a lot of hesitancy when it comes to regional banks, Renita.
Kevin, let's talk about a little bit more about that part of the regional banks. You know, are you expecting this rally to continue? I mean, this is a day move, right? But do we expect it to spill over into tomorrow? It's come down significantly since the morning. You're absolutely right.
Well, we had a big relief rally in the regional banks and banks in general on Friday, Renita. That didn't last into today, although, like I said, there was some companies that had news that their stock is higher, but this is the story going on right now. I think the lion's share of
not really doing that,
Friday was because of that relief rally in the regional banks, and you know it was also fed by Apple, and
this
it was
is a
also
resistance
fed
from
by
back
the
here.
Jobs number. But I think a lot of it was the banking sector.
This is the new resistance it's building.
Dissipation of some of the tensions. Now, it doesn't mean it's gone. It just means it was better for Friday.
It's still a little might be a 5-minute dump. Fill that gap.
So this is still a part of the U.S. economy that every trader trading the entire market has to keep one eye on. Renita, you're just waiting.
We just read that DD you shared
or some
like an hour ago.
To post
I had to skip most of it. It was just so ridiculous.
They keep adjusting their numbers. You know, the
ridiculous.
large banks are still healthy.
You need to be careful, man, what you listen to.
But
I don't want to lose you.
Are a big part of the banking system.
I don't want to lose you to the dark side of DD. The tinfoil fairies frolic.
People are worried about the overall contagion of some of these smaller banks. And some of them aren't that small, Renita.
Some of them are not. Some of them are, I guess, super regional banks. Kevin Hinks, Caroline, thank you so much for joining me. Let's switch gears right now and talk some gold with Joe Cavatoni, Chief Marketing Strategist for North America with the World Gold Council. Joe, thank you so much for joining me. You guys recently released your latest gold picture, your gold demand report. Tell us, where is gold demand right now? Are we seeing a lot more interest in gold? My guess is yes, since there's been a lot more fear injected into markets.
I think that's right. The first quarter for the year, our gold demand report was out, and the first quarter of the year signaled a couple of key areas of focus. Number one, central banks continue to be substantial buyers of gold. 228 tons of gold purchased in the first quarter as reported, estimated by us, which is a major investment on the part of central banks. And that's a trend we've been seeing for the last, call it decade plus, 13 years. And then secondly, investments, kind of a mixed picture. So you have some institutional investments, some inflows into the ETFs, showing kind of a muted, if not a downward market trajectory. But in the case of retail buying, coins, bars, and investments at the retail level, even into IRAs and other types of accounts, a strong first quarter from the U.S. market.
Barbecue.
Now consolidating at the highs up here. Really the consumption by jewelry and large markets like China and India, offsetting behaviors there. Strong activity in the China market, offset by slowing down and actually negative trends in terms of the India market. That's really a difference between China coming online post-COVID lockdown and the retail investors being in the market buying, and India reacting to a high growth market where they tend to step back from buying in those moments. So lots really going on.
Legit?
It does sound like it. I mean, let's start first with the central banks.
Got a couple sales
buying.
up
I
over
read
19.
a headline that said that regional or central banks, rather, bought to a record level this particular quarter.
False.
But this is something that central banks have been doing for a decade, just as you say.
Absolutely.
Like, should we read anything into it this time around? Is there anything different?
I think what's really interesting and what actually you should read into it is the ongoing diversification of these portfolios on a global scale. And that's actually true for central banks in their reserve portfolio. They see the benefits of managing dollar risk. They see the benefits of managing inflationary pressures, and also what the gold allocation can do to a reserve portfolio in terms of handling moments of shock. So often what we see in the gold market are moments when gold is performing well and the price trajectory is steady and upward, but moments of systemic events. Just had someone on speaking about banks. When we see a bank failure, when we have the Russian invasion in Ukraine, you have these systemic moments where assets come off, and it's assets like gold that perform well. They use it as a dampener in their portfolio. In the longer term, the diversification benefits really help them out.
Absolutely. People are still seeing it as the ultimate reserve in geopolitical uncertainty, economic uncertainty.
They just gave liquidity to the shorts.
So when you look at the investments portion of it into
SMX,
bar coin investment,
Barbecue above that level, 1930, it's up 36%
right now.
Really interesting.
Looks like a breakout, just very weird
as it
OTC.
Through March was actually
widespread.
Kind of surprising. We were a little bit surprised to see
volume
that
did come in last couple minutes.
Taking a position. Now, ETF
if the spreads are
tend to be
tightening
more
up. Yeah, 1880, 1890. Spreads tightening up, that's good.
So what we're seeing there was kind of a flat to bumpy ride during the course of January and into February, but starting into March, we're starting to see in particular the U.S. market picking up in flows. And as it's carried into April and May,
20 cents all night.
You'll see that there's about $2.3 to $2.4 billion of net new assets into the U.S. ETF market. And it's really reacting to what
wasn't there all night. I mean, it popped up there. But that's pre-market. That's even more liquid, even wider spreads.
In terms of rate hikes, are we moving into that rate decline? When?
Credible of price action.
The magnitude of the rate declines that we're expecting in the short term and into the summer, maybe into the fall. Who knows exactly when that'll play out? But ultimately, are we moving into a recessionary environment? So that's why ETF investment has been a bit muted. But think again, but I talked about with retail flows. So some retail buy ETFs, but some retail buy bars and coins. That's been a strong quarter. That was actually up 40% in the U.S. market quarter on quarter. Again, likely a result of the fear that has taken hold of some investors
that level.
Balances, smaller to medium regional banks having problems in dollar deposits in question. So a flight to quality. So you do see some behavior on the ETF
breakout
side that's
perhaps
a little bit more muted and signaling later in the year for the flows. And then the retail side, you definitely see it acting now.
Another part of retail is, of course, global jewelry consumption. I found it when I was covering gold at Reuters a billion years ago. I found it really interesting, the different auspicious occasions, the different gift buying seasons, and how they would impact the gold jewelry figures within the World Gold Council's figures. What are we looking at now as it relates to jewelry?
Right. I think it's a standout quarter for China, which, again, like I mentioned, has been offset by India. The demand was relatively flat in terms of quarter on quarter, but still a very strong number. So China was under COVID lockdown for so long. They've really just opened up, and now we're starting to see that feet on the street kind of dynamic play out. We've been talking And so the consumption there has been actually quite strong. Again, offset again by India, where price sensitivity tends to see people stepping back from the jewelry market. So a flat quarter-on-quarter comparison, but in line with expectations in terms of the overall demand flows that we've seen in the past. And I think the thing to keep an eye on will ultimately be seeing how the price movement continues to impact India. That's where it's a bit of a price pressure point. But I think you should expect and continue to see China coming online. And don't forget, I'll remind all of your viewers that Mother's Day is this coming Sunday. So awful good time for you to get out to the market.
Get your mom some gold. But before that, let's talk about the source, gold mining. Where are we looking at with gold mining production right now?
It's been steady. It continues to be steady. Our estimates, working with Metals Focus and other organizations, continue to think that we're going to see about a 1% to 2% trajectory in terms of overall supply of gold coming into the market. This past quarter, we saw a bit of a drop in production, a little bit more in recycling. That's a function of the price. So when prices are going
BBBYQ
up,
back to its high.
The recycling
1930.
but ultimately
SMX
kind of
maybe coming down here.
And not really much more to report on that.
1940 on BBBYQ.
Okay, that makes sense.
Might be
and
going now.
Also, an increasing
Breakouts
use
are so
of gold
funny.
in the technology sector. It's gold in our electronics. It's even gold in some of our antimicrobial gemware, right? Have there been any changes in that?
38.3% up.
I think it's a small component of the market. I think ultimately it is an important component of the market and an increasingly more important component of the market. But at about 70 tons in the first quarter of 2023.
Is that actually today?
Small relative to the other areas of consumption, but important to keep an eye on. It makes up that fourth area where we keep an eye. Consumption in the form of jewelry,
next Sunday,
investments, central banks, and technology.
All right, 1959. Get to the high of the day on BBBYQ. 1969 is the high of the day.
World Gold Council. Thank you so much. Really important stuff there coming from the World Gold Council. Now, coming up, we'll be joined by Chairman and CEO of Treehouse Foods, the owner of some brands you might recognize in your local grocery store.
I'd be pretty bullish to close that high for sure.
A new 52-week high today
ripped at 23, then they come and close at 22.
They pulled back. Let's go through the numbers and learn more about the company next on Market on Close.
SMX back to that support. BBBYQ 1967, the most mellow breakout of ever in the barbecue land. Need some volume to push this thing. Oh, SMX, come on. This is what I was afraid on BBBYQ. Bull flag. Failing. volume today on this thing is crazy. Highest 10-minute close confirmed. $19.80, up 40%. Is that a high of the day? It is. New high of the day on barbecue. This was 1969, 1987. Jeez. 1990, 41% up. It's breaking out of this bull flag. It's happening. Glad I found some more money. And I kept wanting to get out when it was just kept barcoding. I'm like, this thing's totally gonna just flush to that gap fill. $0.20, there it is. Crack confirms the 10-minute candle close. $20.11. Right. Got a resistance up at 23.36, and then next one after that I'd say is 28.95. That's also the gap fill. $41.2% today. Sorry, 42%. What a Monday. It's only Monday. Only down 90%. Any plays? Hey, Beast Nacho. Lots of plays going on right now. I like SMX, but not as much anymore. It doesn't look like it's holding up. Like Arrival, like Fubo, Carvana. All these are up a bunch today though, but so maybe better for an entry later. GNS even. This one looks nice. BBBYQ is probably my favorite right now. To join and leave. Paper trade options. It's a good way to start. Let's start by selling options too. Not buying them, but just selling them. Selling cash card puts, selling covered calls. Buy coming down a little bit. Barbecue needs to keep the volume up. Hagler salute. Same checks out. Could still be a false breakout. It's looking good, but really need volume and a retest of the breakout to confirm. It depends on where you put the retest. Put it back down here, probably, but maybe even up here. You have it $27. Shut up. You're not $27. Trade options. Double down. One of your purchases at 27. Wow. Yeah, TJ, that's true. There's still catalyst for people getting getting brokerages even to buy this thing. Man, I can't imagine just watching it run up like 30% a day, not being able to buy it. It's on a path now. Yeah, no, I remember. I forgot you had any buys up at 27. Oh, you mean you sold out? You had a full purchase up there and then sold it pretty quick? Then got, this is your third time getting back in. I see. Getting it down from 2. Ah, yeah. I'm moving back down to VWAP. Horse diamond hands.
Steve Oakland, thank you so much.
Most, if you have to call to enter the position, then it's on your brokerage. You should be able to sell.
Now, coming up next, it's time
sell
for
through
Options
the
Corner
just online
with Tom White.
without calling in.
He has his eye on some unusual
Maybe that's not the case for you, but
in Zscaler, Deere, and American Airlines.
That's what I would imagine. Once it's in your account, you should be able to see it and close it. Calling to close doesn't make much sense. See my boy. Well, maybe we're winning. Hard to think we're winning. We've lost so much. I go bounced off VWAP. GME just following SPY around. $10 round trip. That's true. Commissions are way higher. Good about that. For me, it's I think it's more than that actually on E-Trade or on TD. Let me see what this cost. Yeah, for me it's $7, so $14 round trip on TD. E-Trade, I think, yeah, it's 5 to 10. Outstanding, kitty daddy. That's probably how I would describe you too. I had good feelings about SMX because I'd made money on it before, but Arrival was a better play here. Out of those runners I mentioned, I think SMX maybe got some pump from Zip Trader also. You'd be dumb not to hold GME at 369. Buy back to VWAP.
Still at those lows of April 2020. Yeah. It's still pretty good today. Options, we're looking at Zscaler. Yeah. So what are you seeing when it comes to, looks like someone took a bearish stance out on it?
No, they actually took a bullish stance on this one, yeah. What they're doing is, the stock's up 20%, as you mentioned today. And that's on the back of them pre-releasing earnings that aren't due until June 1st. So they raised, fiscal year 23 results by about in 2 to 3%.
Yeah, it's consolidating up here, which is good.
Q3 revenue, they hiked that
at
by
30
about
minutes
5%.
Market close.
To between 415 and 419 million. So little jump there. The CEO stated that customer engagements are strong, platform continues to expand, innovations at solving. So basically what they're doing is giving you an update on their quarter. But if you look there, we're seeing the spike up today, but as you mentioned, this stock's near 3-year lows going into this that we hit last week. And we saw some call buyers in there. Now remember, this is a stock that, even though the revenue hike that they gave the street and the EPS hike that they're giving the street, there's short sellers in here, and I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing the 20% jump as opposed to maybe a 5 to 10% jump that you'd normally see on this guidance hike. So that being said, we saw some call buyers out there in the May 12th weekly series. Traders were buying over 6,000 of the 110 strike calls. For an average debit about 320, so that break even of 113.20 over the next 4 days is about 5% above the current share price.
Barbecue 42%, 2005.
Normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. So yeah, pretty substantial move here in Zscaler. The cybersecurity sector as a whole has been underperforming the overall market. And as I mentioned, just off of 3-year lows that we saw last week. So maybe, wanted the CEO and maybe the company wanted to needle some of these short sellers that are involved in here, because short open interest was pretty big going into this.
Beyond bat than bed.
How would you trade?
High of the day on barbecue. 2015 up 42%.
Obviously, this trader, what they're doing here, as far as unusual option activity, they're taking a short-term bias to the upside in here, buying some near-term calls that expire in only 4 days. If you have some belief where maybe after June earnings, that somebody would want to come in and buy maybe June or July or August calls, something giving you a little bit longer duration. Does this provide an opportunity for short sellers to get back in at a higher price too? But I think part of the pop here is
1.5 years of suck.
Okay, now let's look.
What were you looking at for the last 1.5 years? This thing's had crazy moves, including this 1 to 30.
What's going on there?
Yeah, so they've got earnings coming up on the 19th. I think that's a trader's actually setting up for some sort of move.
2045 up 45%.
Now the stock
slowly climbing its way up to that resistance.
So it's underperformed a little bit, but if you saw
not in a hurry at all.
In latter stages of 2020 into 2021,
but nice to see the bull flag. Nice to see it break out.
You can see there we've been on a slow trend lower over the last year or so.
I forgot the fees. You guys know the fees on Fidelity for OTC?
Autonomy and precision agriculture.
Trying to act like it's zero.
So maybe some of the pullback that we've seen in the machinery sales that have decreased a little bit. Remember, credit's getting tight right now, so maybe farmers don't have that ability to purchase new farm equipment, even though prices are still high, even though you look at
on Fidelity, but on websites it's saying it's zero.
Commodity prices have
2099, 48%.
Demand is still out there, and Deere's had a few good quarters in a row over the last couple of years. So
4.6 to 30 doesn't count. Are you just not counting that?
I think they're using that earnings event on the 19th.
What about this move from 124 to 7?
Downside. We saw
almost a 7x
somebody
move.
Come in there and buy 5,000 of the June 350 puts.
Well, I hope you count this one.
5,000 of 320.
Make it count by taking profits on it, selling.
Bearish put vertical. They paid a 340 debit.
No fees,
so that break even of 346.60 over the next 39 days. That's about 9% below the current share price in there. So they're giving themselves a little bit of duration, just over a month. Put volume's about 4 times normal volume that we've seen over the last week.
Maybe they'll feel guilty.
So yeah.
I don't think there's shills on his stream. I think they're just people that don't have crazy tinfoil and aren't realists.
So not surprising to see that we're seeing some outside
50%, 2120.
Here from the risk profile,
dude, if the fees on Fidelity are zero,
below the current share price. But what they did
on my
was
IRA
they
account,
offset some of their costs on their bearish 350 put buy by selling that 320 put.
What trading on my other
this thing can
on my
expand
other accounts?
to $30 if the stock does fall
2140, 51%. Here we go.
Into expiration over the next 39 days. So
that is neat.
Taking a bearish stance here.
All right, another one you're watching is American Airlines.
Felt a little dirty buying back in after I sold.
Morgan earlier today,
but now I don't feel so dirty.
Rise, what, 100%?
Yeah.
So tell us about what you're seeing with that.
Well, they're starting to see a rebound in a lot of the international travel. That's
52%,
where they make a lot of their
2150.
margins. International and business travel. That's really picked up. And they haven't increased capacity that much, so these planes are full. One item of note that JP Morgan analysts put on there was their reduction in debt. They were already 60% through their $15 billion that they expected to decrease expenses by 2025. So they're more than halfway there already, so they're ahead of the game there. They also downgraded Southwest. They downgraded Frontier. Moving back into maybe some of the big 3 or 4 names, Delta, United, and American, with their outlook.
No, I can trade it. I trade OTC right now.
We saw some call buyers in here also in that May 12th weekly cycle. Over 15,000. The 14.5 strike calls were bought up for an average debit of only 20 cents, so really not a lot of option
scalp
premium
this thing.
on these. So that break even of 14.70 over the next 4 days, that's only 2% above the current share price, but you've got limited duration in this one. This is really short-term positioning, maybe to kind of expand on this rally that we're seeing today.
Nice, a passing cloud. It's hard to see, man. It kept retesting that high and getting us. Where'd it get me? Like right here? One of these got, yeah, I think this candle right here got me. But no, that wasn't a bad price. It was basically VWAP.
Now down more than 60% in the last
However, I did close for a little lower than where I filled, so all in all,
with Chris Robinson,
and
maybe even a little
didn't work in my favor.
Market on close. We'll be right back.
Patience this morning could have played out better, but I guess I liked that I closed it still, because it did break out of that kind of ascending wedge we had, so that was a good indicator for me. 2180, the high there, it's up 52%. Market cap still very low. Wow, we just hit 100 million market cap. There you go, 100 million. So 10x from here would be $1 billion. Put us at $2.1. If the free float is 465 million. I think it probably is somewhere around there. Dang, I couldn't buy it on my E-Trade account. I'm glad I found the Roth. I totally forgot about that. Options aren't in the money for another couple 100%. Yeah. 11 trillion company on the squeeze. Oh my gosh. At 40 and good news sends it. I'm still thinking about this gap down here, guys. SMX bear flagging. It's on a good support though. Mega above the WAP. Bubo. Wants a new high on the day. Yeah, if we get above 50 cents, might see some pressure from exercising. Focus on the gaps up. Remembering that gap helps me practice good risk management. Not be overcome by emotional greed. Love the price discovery for sure. Anyone wise messing with shop? No, probably a bunch of idiots. Nice little earnings continuation though. A little gap up there at 69. Resistance at 74. I didn't play that earnings. There's a red candle on barbecue. See if this thing consolidates somewhere up here. Party at Happy's. Bouncing back up there. We have 15 minutes left. They've got a little more volume traded in this area from back here. Hoping to see it hit that resistance at 23.36. I don't know if it's gonna get there today. Happy's barbecue party for sure, man. Happy Money Barbecue. Fresh barbecue with Lambos. Lambos, lemonade, and barbecue. 30% again tomorrow. Maybe, yeah. So this, let's see, this is where we're trading at pre-market, or on the German market at least. This is up almost 50%. This is like the high we hit from the pre-market. So keep that in mind with the future. And if you're watching German market, because we don't really have extended hours. I only see like an hour of extended hours, so I've watched the German market. But this is basically just a retrace to that high. Kind of interesting if it is working with those resistances. That said, the European market closed at 11:30. All right, SPY's moving up, barbecue coming back down a little bit. Barbecue at 2022. Canada expels Chinese diplomat accused of targeting a Canadian MP in foreign meddling scheme. 2018. See if 20 holds. Still psychological level. Or this high, this wick. $30 vehicles. I thought I was gonna be on the yacht and do it at the house. Not quite 10% ace. 7%. A barbecue run at the Salt Lake barbecue?
come off of the top of gold. Are we to think that some of the risk has been injected more into the market?
Maybe finding its range here.
People are, a little bit more positive as we head to the end of the session.
Well, I also think, yeah, that's part of it, absolutely. But then last week when we did hit that 2072, I don't know what's so special about 2072, but we failed in March of last year to take that out as well. I would have imagined that somebody would have taken that level out.
FFIE looks really nice.
Some people got a little too excited and then bought, bought that high, thinking, here we go.
That's the resistance back here.
And we dropped $50. I mean, it's when you're trading futures, if you do not have an exit plan, it's not about what happens when you're right, it's about what happens when you're wrong. And I think a lot of people stepped in there because people like to buy new highs. And if you break $50 on a one line and with gold, that's real money. So I'm more concerned about where we're going to be for the weeks and the months. The days, I think we're going to continue to see these $10, $20, $30 moves in gold.
So tell me something. What about the bond market? The 2-year Treasury yield extended its rise after the jobs report, right? What are we looking at today?
Well, I think you look at the fact that we're still well off those high yields when we saw, we're just around 5%.
You wrote a heli there?
I'm looking at the spread between the 2-year and the 10-year.
You had that many barbecue in one sentence, and that's the only helicopter already been on? Bullish.
And that seems to be
Barbecue's
a
going
nice
up.
place to be when you're looking at the yield.
You should have went all in when this thing turned into a barbecue ticker. Are you kidding me?
There's a big spread trade there. Any of your viewers out there, if you're looking at that, people trade the 10-year against the 2-year quite a bit. That spread was very, very wide. So you're starting to see things calm down a little bit. People have kind of maybe backed away from the idea that the
So we are now 100% up from, actually over 100.
For longer.
Much we up from the lows, like
what has
200?
not changed is unemployment. Unemployment's still at record low levels, lowest since 1964 once again. So they keep getting a pass on that, which is lucky for them, because what everybody was concerned about was they were going to raise rates too high, and then you'd put
325%.
That has not happened yet. So the
up from the low from the OTC open.
Which makes sense why everyone is waiting on the CPI and the PPI reports this week. Chris Robinson, Managing Director, TJM Institutional Services. Thank you for joining us.
I think we'll make it up to that resistance. Maybe tomorrow.
We will zoom out for the macro outlook with our Schwab panel.
Oh, still really haven't lost momentum at all
Market on close.
since we started on OTC. Our worst day was only up 8%. Yeah, I'm saying till the end of the day, that's true. 10 minutes left. Look at that 10 minutes of Fugazi. Not your helicopter? Oh, but still. Eight. Ah. Yeah, he's quite the philanthropist. Barbecue bounce on that 9 moving average, so consolidating up here around 20 cents for a low and 21.60 for a high. Some consolidation. $212 finish. Little beaver and fly rich people started flights. What's a beaver? Ah, one with floats. I didn't know it's called a beaver. Awesome. Heck yeah. This was a float plane was on my wish list for after a MOAS. I've since retired all of those dreams and just built paper airplanes now. I wanted like a yeah, maybe a beaver. This is pretty cool. I think something a little bigger, but a classic. Coming down here, making little head and shoulders on the 5-minute. Really just consolidated today though. SMX kind of bouncing back up a bit. The high closes on barbecue are crazy. You go hiking, you come get them in a week? Camp out? Camp out for a week? Yeah, that'd be fun. Barbecue moving back up. Almost 50% there. Oh yeah, do you guys have a link to the German market? Like I have it for GME. Couldn't figure out how to find a different ticker though. Here it is for GameStop. I typed it in here, but I don't think it. Do I find it? I find a different ticker. Here?
As close as we've ever come to. There was a lot of market volatility in the run up to that, but what a lot of people don't remember is that the real market volatility came after the debt ceiling was agreed to, when Standard & Poor's downgraded the U.S. credit rating for the first time ever. That's what really sparked a tailspin that lasted for a few months, actually. So we're hoping that we don't get to that point, but there's a lot of nervousness here in Washington about what the solution is going to look like, because there's no clear path ahead right now.
Kathy, what kind of advice are you giving investors as to how to trade around this idea, this concept, and maybe even tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the risk is that if we were to see some sort of technical default defined as a temporary suspension of interest payments on the debt, if you're holding Treasury securities that matured when that happens, you have the risk of that deferment. So, yeah, again, this seems like a very remote possibility. I think Mike would agree. We don't think it's going to get there. But if you have Treasury securities maturing
we've got 5 minutes to close.
Frame, you might want to roll
down
them
2%.
out into the future, into the fall or beyond,
so
just so that you don't put yourself in
a
a
reverse
position
split.
of potentially
I'm not too bullish on that.
That loss of liquidity and that volatility that we're likely to see.
Lastly, what are both of your thoughts on the SEC or Secretary
aftermarket?
Janet Yellen saying that
exactly. There is actually an aftermarket. It's just shorter.
As early as June 1st.
Just not as much crime. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's really important to read what her statement said.
Oh, you got to share it Discord.
Because it said that we could default as early as June 1st, but the very next sentence carries a very large caveat, which basically says, you know, it's really hard to determine these things because of the inherent volatility in
I put dashes between it. Barbecue almost even high on the day there.
As many as several weeks after that deadline. So I think what everyone here in Washington is waiting for is a little more definite time frame. And
what was MC production call? A 22-cent close?
Probably about 2 weeks from now. She'll put something out that puts a little more specific deadline on it. You know that Congress can't really act until there's a real deadline. Its back is against the wall. So I think that's what everybody is waiting for here.
Kathy, are you reading anything into this comment as well? The U.S. could default.
Yeah, so OTC trades an hour after market. It's an hour. And maybe an hour before market, but you can look at the German market.
By giving us a very early date, earlier than we had anticipated.
This isn't showing up anymore. No, it is.
Too early. I think she's trying to push them along and say, "Hey
guys, is that new high?
Something done now because the time is short."
Wait.
Thank you both so much. Kathy Jones, Chief Fixed Income Strategist, Charles Schwab, and Mike Townsend, Vice President, Legislative and Regulatory Authority.
Not in a bearish way. There it is, 2184. Okay.
Thank you both.
Made it. New high of the day. Barbecue. 23:36. We have 3 minutes. Oh my gosh, this is crazy close. This thing's gonna go crazy tomorrow. You can't get a close like this. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is like the close on Friday that I was doing my video and I missed buying into it. 12 cents. Almost double that right now. Oh, wild. Very strong end of day. Like almost high of the day. So I don't know why this. Okay, so this closed when EU market closed, I'm assuming. 1905, yeah. At 11:30. Wait. What is that showing even? 55%, 2 minutes to go, 22 cents. %. Glad I picked up on the IRA. Wish my E-Trade funds swept over. I hope for picking more up on whatever dip I can get the rest of this week. Probably not tomorrow. I feel like tomorrow will probably keep ripping. Let's see what Wednesday brings or Thursday. Oh my gosh, dude, that's such a strong close. 22 cents, 50, 60, 59. Let's flash between 60% and 56%. 30 seconds. Close. So you wouldn't get this on NASDAQ. You would get it shorted heavy into close. I mean, not always, but it's just crazy. Wow. 52.48. Consolidating at the highs into close. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for the bell, you guys. That is the bell, though. What a day. 49%. I'm not gonna have time to do a recap video. You can watch the last recap video I did. Basically is the same deal. Nothing's changed. I guess the share count of 750 million that came out, more or less proving there's like 350 million in illegal naked shorts. But other than that, there's not a whole lot going on. Just crazy bullish natural price discovery. Inverted head and shoulder played out. RSI divergence is playing out. Everything looks good. I mean, really, you want to see some supports retested and held. Seems like a long ways down from here now, but it's the 1790. We come down and retest that, but we might not. I mean, we could just get another gap up tomorrow, 15% up, and gap and go like we did here. I mean, that's what's happening since basically OTC. Opened OTC, gapped up, or rallied, bull flagged. Next day, rallied, bull flagged. And then this was what, Thursday, which was our biggest day. That was like 50-60%. And then sold off, but still closed up, I think, 8% on the day. And then Friday just consolidated and then had that rip into close. Really can't keep this thing down. It's just way too much pressure. Way too much buying pressure, but you're actually seeing it. Buying pressure that's not being internalized. It's being shown. So yeah, I think 50 cents this week, maybe $1. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it wants to slow up. Dip buying. Yeah, trying to trade this is kind of crazy. It's really just dip buying. Too much bullish. Yeah, you did call it MC. Really close. You said 22 cents. That's a really bullish close. I can't believe how high it's closing. Like, I thought it maybe would have actually gone up higher today and then come down, but it just grinded up to that close. Well done, guys. I was gonna fire that bell ring. 775 million shares on our 420 million shares outstanding. Bottle. Yep. Well done. Well done. All tomorrow now and end of week, you wizard. Except the bell. Well done. 30 cents. Yeah. I mean, 50% today. What, 30% on Friday? Thursday was 8%. Wednesday was, I think, 25-30%. Tuesday, first OTC day, I think was like 30-35%. 50 cents end of week. Like a close at 50? Yeah, maybe. That's just crazy. Crazy. We're not getting any like sell-offs into close. We're not even getting, I mean, today was extra special because we just stayed up. No gap fills. We didn't fill that gap, dang it. Let's look at the volume because Weeble's volume is usually wrong. Weeble says 34 million. I'm assuming it's wrong because E-Trade shows higher volume. So I'm guessing it's the higher of two. So we're up 2% after hours. 51.94% on the day. So E-Trade's even showing a higher. Where's that total? E-Trade's showing 51.94%. Or no, maybe that's adding on that 2%. Yeah. So volume today. E-Trade showing 81 million volume today, which is awesome. So first day on OTC was 82 million. Second day was 92. That was that big like round trip, move up and move back down, 8% close, where it made that candle. And then Friday was 41 million, much lighter volume. But then today, 81 million again. So swinging volume, which is kind of crazy. Friday's volume was very light. Yeah, I think 81 million volume is probably correct. And then this is the German chart, the German exchange. I want to pull it up because I'm kind of confused why it's showing this as a high. Is this Germany's close, like European close? Anyways, this was the high. Look, it's literally right at the same high. I don't know how to draw lines in this chart, but high is 1915. That was the close though. 1915. That was right here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is when U.S. markets opened. Okay, so we were trading. Yeah, 2204 though. And wait a minute, it's German time. Huh. Yeah, it's 2204 there right now. Is that right? Because it's 1606 here. So anyways, it looks like it basically came back up to that pre-market high, and that was kind of our resistance. That's what I was saying is happening here, maybe, but I think this is higher. This is only showing, oh, but this isn't euro. What's the conversion? Is euro still less than $1? Showing 50.58%. 2205. There's after hours. I think it trades OTC after hours for 1 hour. That's up 2%, 51.94. Showing 50.58. But this isn't ticking. I think this was ended at their close. €1 is 110. Okay. Yeah, so this closed. This is the German market closed. So just keeping this in mind basically for tomorrow and any other days we get like a rally on the German market, and then by the time we open it, it sells off. Because this went up 50% pre-market, which is that's where we are right now. I guess that would make sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the high from the pre-market in Germany. So just, I guess for trading purposes, if you're looking for a high of the day on the pre-market, you can't see pre-market here. You have to look at EU. Asking the warmth of the barbecue. Yeah, I ended at their close, not yesterday, right? Yeah, so I was trying to do conversion. The high on their day was 1915, which might be about here. I think probably about where we are. Or maybe it was lower. Because they closed, let's see, they closed at 11:30, right? Assuming German closes with the EU. Maybe their high of the day was here. Ace, are you sniping? Ooh, we got Jenny's up in here. Relocate? No way did you get relocate. Did you even call it out? Thanks for the gifted membership, Ace. Appreciate it. Yeah, 2% after hours. Snipe for sure. Who knew relocate was our lurker of the day? Well done. I don't think there's any internalization, Christine. I think that's why we're seeing actual positive price action. The eagle's on you, kitty daddy. The eagle's on you. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. It doesn't seem like there's internalization. If there is, it's a very, very small amount. I've heard there's still some dark pools, but probably a lot less used and a lot fewer. I don't think there's high frequency trading. I don't think there's payment for order flow. I just doesn't seem like any of that stuff's going on. And the German market was 197. His market closed at 21. Yeah. 1950. You're seeing 1907 for high in German. Oh yeah, 1960 in EU. That'd be over 20 cents, right? On USD. Thanks, 14th. Appreciate it, man. Distance around 20 cents. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We still haven't seen like a red day, so don't be sad if we get a red day and fill this gap. That could happen this week too. OTC for meme stocks. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching. Ace, thanks for your memberships. Thank you guys for your new subs. If you haven't subscribed yet, if it's red, Hit it, turn it gray, hit the notification bell. We have a Discord. It's linked in chat. At the top of the chat says free Discord. Welcome to join on there. Thank you guys for the likes. Oh man, yeah. Maybe we'll see you tonight on the PP show. Maybe we'll do a little Spaces call. I tried to do one the other night, and just was freezing up and being lame. So I just I don't know if any of you guys heard it, but I was like, I'm out of here. This is stupid. I don't know what's going on with it. Doesn't like my phone or something anymore. Barbecue up 49% today. 2% after hours. Vibe pretty much flat on the day. GME up 1.2. No, that's General Motors. Mohammed, thanks, man. We're pretty much flat on the day as well. Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks Dennis. Thanks Mohammed. Thanks Wow, Bill, Hickok. Thanks Lord. Thanks Mosmus. Thanks Christine and Christopher. Appreciate it, Ace. Thank you, 14th. Thanks Rob, the father. The Rob father. I see what you did there. Thanks to Passing Cloud. Hope you guys had a good day. We'll see you on Discord. See you on Twitter. Peace out.